Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council and Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Do we have a confirmation of quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirmation of a quorum.
Thank you. So we have one item for closed session today. City Attorney, would you like to read that item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. One item tonight, threat to public services or facilities under Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with various parties from your staff listed there on the agenda, including an outside consultant, Mr. Jim Hayes from Guidepost Solutions, LLC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on the closed session item? I don't see anyone in the chambers. Do we have anyone online, City Clerk?
We do not.
All right, thank you. We will now convene to closed session, and we'll be back at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you.
And just to clarify, we'll be in the Sparacino room instead of the room identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Council Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. I'll read the AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are currently not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. All right, reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet on item 1 as listed on the closed session agenda. However, there is no reportable action this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. Does the council have any continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? Seeing none, I have a member of the public, Brian Doyle, if you'd like to come forward, and if anyone else, they can queue up after Mr. Doyle. Welcome. Is that turned on?
Do anything?
There you go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Brian Doyle, Council District 5 resident. I hereby request a continuance of the city manager's informational report on the progress of negotiations for an assignment and assumption agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee. The report contains a glaring omission, the agreement or agreements that are to be assigned. If staff is proposing that the Stadium Authority Board publicly approve an assignment of the documents that Al Guido signed with FIFA, then it must disclose those full agreements. There is simply no basis to expect the public to have sufficient knowledge of what their elected officials are approving without a complete understanding of the terms of those agreements. Perhaps of greater importance to the question of assignability is the unanswered question of how Mr. Guido could sign the heavily redacted FIFA agreements on behalf of both the Stadium Management Company and the Bay Area Host Committee and not render those purported agreements void under Government Code Section 1090. The invalidity of the underlying agreements creates two important factors that the city staff has omitted from their discussion of negotiation tactics. First, if the agreement is void, the city has overwhelming leverage in the negotiations and therefore can simply demand that the city be given both all of the financial information that it requires to ensure compliance with Measure J, as well as the consent of the Bay Area Host Committee and the 49ers to its demands. Second, staff has completely failed to explain why they proceeded to make expenditures of city revenue on FIFA event planning prior to July 1st, 2024. This admission, a violation of City Code Section 1720.020, should be investigated and explained to the public before any further tax dollars are expended. In sum, council should continue the report until complete unredacted copies of any contracts that are proposed to be assigned are made public and are thoroughly analyzed with respect to their financial consequences to the city. The city attorney should also publicly explain how these apparently void agreements could possibly be enforceable against the stadium authority or the city, how void agreements could provide the foundation for hiding their provisions from the public for more than a year. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me ask the city attorney, when someone requests a continuance, I know that we cannot discuss the content of the request. It's just a matter of whether or not to consider the continuance. Could you please explain what we would need to do?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This provision, I think, at the beginning of your agenda has been used in a variety of different ways, both for
Yes.
items that have been continued, right? And you take them up at the front of the agenda because as a continued item, you want to prioritize it. And I understand from time to time as requests from either members of the council or from the public to continue an item. But the proper scope for any discussion on that is, as you described, Madam Mayor, it would be whether or not there is sufficient basis to continue that item. It can be taken up now, or it could be taken up when the item itself is brought up as to whether or not there's adequate basis for a continuance.
Well, I would like it taken up now because if it is end up being continued, I wouldn't want people to wait till the end of the meeting, you know, just out of courtesy, if it is continued.
Your prerogative, Madam Mayor, based on how I understand this item's been, or this part of the agenda has been used.
Thank you. So does anyone on the council wish to make a motion to continue this item? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So thank you, Mr. Doyle, for the presentation. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to a time more appropriate. Thank you.
I'll second that motion. We have Councilmember Park.
So I would like to ask City Attorney, a couple of, allegations have been made as to this item and whether it can be continued, whether it can be even seen today. Talking about glaring omissions in the documents, talking about potential voiding of the documents that are here. I mean, what is your professional opinion as the city attorney?
Madam Mayor, the little out of bounds of whether or not to continue the item, but somewhat tied into the basis for it. I'll respond in a couple of ways. The action or the item agendized on tonight's agenda is a status report. You're not asked to be, you're not being asked to take any action with respect to the transaction. And so while we're aware of some of those concerns, and as you know, you've been briefed, particularly in confidential manner on some of those issues raised, they're not really salient to whether or not you can receive a status report on the status of the event or on the status of negotiations with respect to the event.
Thank you very much.
I just have to say that since you made those comments, that those things that were pointed out by Mr. Doyle are things I've been talking about for a long time. I would like the public to be able to see the unredacted, including myself, which I haven't seen, unredacted paragraphs of the agreements. And I asked the question for over a year, how can one party sign for two parties on an agreement? Doesn't it make it null and void? So they're very legitimate items. If it's not continued, we'll certainly talk about it again when the item does come up. But I don't know if the city staff has the plan to brief both me, Councilmember Watanabe, who didn't sign the non-disclosure agreements, and the public on these items prior to the next meeting, if that's not going to be the case. I don't know, but that's why I'd vote for the continuance, because I still don't have answers to any of those issues that Mr. Doyle brought up.
Madam Mayor, if I might just make one comment and then turn it back to you for consideration of the item. I think we've said before, and we'll emphasize this again later on in the report, the parts of the documents that are at this point in time have not been made available to the public will be made available to the public prior to the council's being asked to take any action with respect to those agreements. And so during the negotiation period, and while certain confidentiality and proprietary interests have been asserted with respect to some aspects of those documents, they've not been made public. In fact, Mr. Doyle has a pending Public Records Act, request, kind of asking that question again, and we'll respond, to him in due course, and we've discussed that earlier. I do want to make sure the council understands that even if not available to the public now, before you're being asked to take any definitive action with respect to the event, all that information will be made public, because we agree it's absolutely necessary for both you to make your decision and for the public to be aware of terms and conditions and the background economics that are being contemplated before they'd be in a position to give you their input and their thoughts on your decision.
I believe what I understood tonight from the request was that the issues that are on the agenda later today, which contracts that both you and the city manager have signed, use that particular document that's redacted with potential conflicts of interest, one person signing for two parties, was used as a basis for an agreement that you've already signed. So anyways, I didn't want to go into it, but you started into it. But that's why
Madam Mayor, yeah, but
yeah, I didn't trick you.
no, I'm teasing. But yeah, back to you, Madam Mayor, and the action on the continuance.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to continue. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, City Attorney. Can you explain to me and maybe the public the purpose of closed session and whether if we do settlements in closed session, say for litigation, whether those have to be disclosed or can some of them be sealed? I mean, why don't we discuss everything in open session?
That's not on topic, City Attorney. This is a...
Yeah, I don't think I might answer the question a little bit differently, Madam Mayor. Maybe a different version of that question, more applicable to the subject matter. The immediate subject matter is, why aren't negotiations, held in public? And the reason is, with respect to any number of different circumstances, be it real estate negotiations, be it labor negotiations, be it negotiations for a contract of the type that we're talking about, to have those negotiations in public may compromise, the city's ability to obtain, the best, terms of the agreement. If in fact we're negotiating things in public and revealing our positions, either what our ultimate objective is or what we'd be willing to settle for, that can prevent us from getting the best deal. So some of the conversation I know and concerns is, why isn't all the information, being made available that relates to your negotiations and the terms and conditions that are being negotiated, and that's why. That would be my answer to that. Closed session, a different topic, I agree, Mayor, they're not really salient.
It doesn't
Yeah.
apply to this
Yeah.
at all, so. All right, so is there any member of the public that wants to speak on this? We have a motion and a second to continue the item that's on later in the agenda. Is that Brian? Is that the same Brian?
I don't know. That's the person
I
on
just had
Zoom.
Brian that made the request.
That Brian is online.
Oh, okay. Brian? I don't see Brian. Brian, go ahead.
Hi, Brian Darby, sorry to put my last name. I agree with the continuance, and I'm not making any accusations because I don't know the full, but a lot of us who live in Santa Clara don't feel like we've got all the information, and it's real frustrating, and you read in one place and you read another. I understand closed session, but a lot of times closed session is used to sort of skirt around, at least for a while, and then you have a thing that gets put on the agenda. Maybe a lot of people can't make it. I still appreciate you using Zoom, Ms. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, City Clerk. Please register your vote.
Councilmember Jane, your vote? Yeah, you're the only one that,
Yeah, I vote no.
thank you.
And it fails 5-2. It'll be on the agenda later. We'll discuss it in more detail. Thank you for the request, though. All right, next, we're going to start with our first special order of business. We are honored to recognize Miss California, Kimberly Vernon, who's with us today. Kimberly, if you'd like to come forward, in case anyone didn't know, she's the one with the crown. Okay. Kimberly was crowned Miss California in June 2024. Before that, she had been crowned Miss Santa Clara in February of 2023. You may have seen Kimberly around town all these years. She's an active member of the Santa Clara community, honoring us with her royalty at the Arts and Wine Festival, holiday tree lighting, concerts in the park, pride flag raising, and we just saw you recently at the dinner for the Parade of Champions. And I know you're going to be in that as well, I believe, this year. Very good. Kimberly Vernon is a community leader. Her initiative, Arts for All, advocates for accessible arts education. And as Miss Santa Clara, she has done so much to bring attention to all that Santa Clara has to offer. We're so excited to see what you do next as Miss California. So I'd like you to take a few moments to say a few words to us and tell us how we can support you when you are competing for Miss America.
Yes, and thank you for your kind words, Madam Mayor, and City Council, thank you for having me today. As Ms. Mayor mentioned, my journey in the Miss America opportunity began right here in Santa Clara, and I grew up and I was born and raised here. And my journey, especially with the Miss America opportunity, started with the loss of an arts program. My performing arts program at my high school, my junior year of high school, was cut due to lack of funding. However, as the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. And my dance teacher, Miss Linnea, who teaches at the Santa Clara Park and Rec Center, came up to me and she said, Kimberly, you are so involved in your community, you are so involved in your school, and you're really great academics. Why don't you try competing for the Outstanding Teen Program in Santa Clara? And this was in 2013. And at first I wasn't sure if it was for me, but I am so glad I just took the leap of faith. And I actually went in that year and told the judges straight up in the 10-minute interview we have as a part of the competition that I wasn't there to win. I was going to be spending my first summer with the Santa Clara Vanguard, touring the country again, representing our beautiful city. And I just really wanted to try something new. And so 7 years later, I competed as a Miss, so as an adult, and I won Miss Santa Clara County. That was the pandemic year. I held that title for 2 years. I then went on to hold the title of Miss Yosemite Valley, and as Lisa Gilmore mentioned, I was Miss Santa Clara 2023. Unfortunately, our local program was put on hiatus this year because our local director, her 3-year-old son, was diagnosed with leukemia. So unfortunately, we didn't have our local competition, but I felt in my heart I really still wanted to chase the dream of being Miss California, potentially being the next Miss America, and representing our city. So I applied to represent Santa Clara County. I asked first if I could be Miss Santa Clara again, and they said, oh, you were just Miss Santa Clara last year, you can't be the same title 2 years in a row. And I went in my 4th year competing for Miss California. And fun fact, it was actually the centennial celebration for Miss California. So it's our 100th year anniversary, and everything happens for a reason. And I won in the 100th year. As you can see, I'm wearing my crown, and it's actually a one-of-a-kind crown, the only one in our whole country, and it has topaz stones to celebrate the 100th year. And so this January, I will be going to Miss America. And we haven't had a Miss America from California in 42 years, and we haven't had a Miss America from Santa Clara ever. So I'm hoping to change that. And so to follow my journey, you can follow me on social media at Miss America CA. And I'm really excited to see a lot of you at future events, whether it's in Santa Clara or throughout our state. But giving back to community is something that I think, being someone who's born and raised in Santa Clara, there's such a huge emphasis in community and having a heart of service. And that's something I carry with me as Miss California, as Miss Santa Clara County, potentially as the next Miss America, and know that while I do have California written across my heart at Miss America, I truly do have Santa Clara as well. And so I'm really excited for the next steps in my journey.
Great, and yes. Give her a big round of applause. You have done so much for us. You've been so involved over all these years, and we are so incredibly proud of you. So we're going to follow you along your journey. We're going to support you, and we have a commendation for you. So if you'd like to join the council up here.
Yes, I'd love to.
And take a photo with us, we'd be honored. Thank you, Kimberly. That was a real treat to have you here. Thank you. I know you're so busy with all your performances and your appearances all over California, but we're going to follow you very closely. So let us know when the date is for the Miss America pageant. Do you have it?
Yes, we actually found out yesterday.
What is it?
It is the week of New Year's, so it's December 31st to January 5th.
Okay, December 31st to January 5th. Okay, we're gonna watch you and track you and follow you on social media. All right, thank you, Kimberly. Thank you. Okay, all right. For our next item, we are taking an action, and this is a different sort of special order of business because it's going to require an action by the City Council. We're going to take an action on a resolution in support of child care for all. We will take public comment after our speaker. Child care costs are a burden on working families in our community. Limited child care options lead to difficulties securing and maintaining employment. Organizations like Working Partnerships USA tackle the root causes of inequality and poverty through collaborative campaigns. In support of this resolution, Working Partnerships USA is working alongside Build the Future, a Santa Clara County coalition advocating for affordable, quality child care for all. Supporters include First Five Santa Clara County, the Santa Clara County Office of Education, Mission College, and other community organizations. Now I'd like to invite Jaria Jog, Associate Director of Care Policy for Working Partnerships USA, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you said it better than I could, but hello, everyone. Good evening, honorable City Council members and Madam Mayor. My name is Jariah Haug, and I'm the Associate Director of Care Policy here at Working Partnerships USA, and I'm the main organizer for the Build the Future campaign. The Build the Future campaign is a countywide campaign trying to advocate for more affordable childcare and also raising the wages for our childcare providers. Childcare is an essential need for our families to ensure that they are successful and that their children are successful as well. This campaign is co-chaired by Board President Supervisor Ellenberg and also Working Partnership USA's Executive Director Maria Noel Fernandez. We have now passed the resolution in 8 out of 16 cities in Santa Clara County, and we are really trying to pass this resolution in all the cities to showcase how important childcare is for all of our families across Santa Clara County. Childcare and housing are the top 2 costs for our families, and it's one of the driving forces of families moving away because of how unaffordable it can be. Passing the resolution tonight will be an incredible step forward for all of our families, our children, and all the working class folks here in Santa Clara and Santa Clara County. So I humbly ask for your aye vote to join our campaign. And if you vote yes, you're also invited to our Dads for Build the Future campaign event on September 14th, where we're honoring outstanding dads throughout Santa Clara County at the Rotary Play Garden. I'll be sending out email invitations after this as well. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. So this is an action item, if you want to stay there, because we're going to invite you up for a photo after too. This is an action item, so is there a motion on the council? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had some very specific pointed questions I wanted to understand because I read the resolution very carefully. The second to last whereas says, whereas families should be empowered to choose the child care program that meets their children's needs. And then later on, close to the end where it says the therefores, therefore, the City Council of the City of Santa Clara supports all efforts to provide universal child care to all children and families in the County of Santa Clara. I'm a little uncomfortable because that seems to be not consistent. And I come from the point of view of being a parent and a grandparent and was raised by a single mom.
Yeah, thank you so much for reading through the resolution and also looking at that important detail as well. Build the Future is trying to lift the boats of all of our childcare providers. And so what we mean by universal childcare is availability for childcare for all families in Santa Clara County, regardless of their socioeconomic status, right? There's a lot of families who are able to get childcare because they qualify for subsidized childcare, but a lot of the times those slots are not available for like middle income folks, you know, those folks who are right above that limit. And so we want to be able to, again, uplift all boats and provide funding for all childcare providers, whether it be, you know, your local mom and pop, whether it be your childcare centers. You know, we want to be able to support all of the childcare providers, and we work very closely with them. We actually, at Working Partnerships USA, have the Care Workers Council, and I work with childcare providers directly to help them try and, you know, make sure that they're able to pay for their costs while also enabling their families to pay for those same services. So we're trying to help all childcare providers, if that answers your question, and open to amendments for the resolution as well. You know, I would 100% be open to that, so no worries at all if you want to adjust it, yeah.
Well, my concern, because it supports all efforts to provide universal child care, you're talking about supporting the people that do the child care. And that's not what it says on the resolution, is my concern. And there are some people who do not need it or would not feel comfortable, and the way it's worded here does not say that. If it said something along the lines, who desire it or need that,
yeah,
I would feel more comfortable, because I don't want to take away any parents' options or choices. I had a friend whose children were she lived in a country where you had to put your children in childcare because the state provided it. End of sentence. Thank you for playing. And I'm uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, of course. And I really appreciate you bringing up that point because, I also have a partner who wants to care for our own child. So I completely understand where you're coming from. And so we're able to adjust that language. It can be whoever wants to afford child or whoever wants an external childcare provider, they can do so. This resolution is supporting all options for childcare. So if a parent wants to take care of their own child, that's great. The goal of this is to ensure that every child is cared for. That is the intent behind this resolution, to ensure that all children have the care that they need and all parents have those options available to them.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Quick question, are we trying to do a public-private partnership? Like you mentioned, all childcare will be supported. So are you trying to tell us that all these child cares will be funded through county or the state? How you will implement this thing, basically?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Actually, the city of Los Altos, when they passed this resolution, after the resolution was passed, they actually embarked on a study to determine how a child care subsidy program could be uplifted in the city of Los Altos. And so they're doing a study session now on that. The city of Palo Alto is also way ahead of the game. They have a subcommittee on early education and child care. They want to bring in more voices from the community to ensure that everyone is cared for and that there's different partnerships. So it can be either from the state level, the county, or even at the city council level. And so this resolution, it really provides you all the jumping point for if you're interested in pursuing more options for families, for child care providers, this is the way to do that, right? This is up to your interpretation of it. We usually encourage, studies, subsidies is a great one, and also bringing more attention and more light to families about the child care providers that are here in Santa Clara. Councilmember Watanabe also mentioned in our email thread, there's 2 new child care providers here in Santa Clara, and so it would be amazing if you highlight them, mention them on your website, just uplift and really bring light to these providers that are here, and also provide options for folks who may not seek out childcare, but they also want to care for them. We have FFN, or family, friend, and neighbor providers who are also childcare providers, and they can be supported as well. So there's a myriad of options that you could go.
So to follow up with Councilmember Hardy's question, we are not mandating that everybody has to send their child,
no.
right?
You
There's a resolution in support.
That's the point. Are we? I think we should make a change to the language as requested by Councilmember Hardy, that it's not mandated, but
Of course.
It's a voluntary.
That was not the intent.
Voluntary. Yeah, I would like to suggest that we make that change on the
That would be great.
resolution. Yeah.
City Attorney, did you have something to say?
No, Mayor, I was just going to say, I don't think we need specific
No,
language for
we
that. We
don't.
understand the intent.
We absolutely do not.
And we'll
May I-
make the appropriate
Yeah,
modifications.
they can make appropriate modifications. May I have a motion to approve this, please?
So be it.
Second,
All right, motion second to approve, and
with the changes as suggested by Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you all so much.
do I have, okay, thank you so much, but stay close, stay close.
Stay here.
All right, do I have any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Here in the chambers? If not, we have Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. Again, Madam Mayor, this is great. Those were good things that were brought up by the other 2 council people too, to make it more focused. And appreciate the young lady that did the presentation. We have to care for our children. They're our only future in that sense. So I think everybody's going to vote positive on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? You can come forward. Okay, doesn't want to speak. All right. We have a motion and a second to support this resolution. City Clerk. Please register your vote.
Councilmember James.
Vote yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
I voted.
Did show up.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Jariah, would you like to join us? We'll take a photo. Child care for all. Okay, the next item we have is we are recognizing September 2024 as National Preparedness Month. Our theme, Santa Clara Ready, aims to increase public awareness of the importance of emergency preparedness. National Preparedness Month was launched in 2004 as part of FEMA's Ready campaign. September was chosen to commemorate the tragedy of September 11th, 2001, and as a reminder that our community needs to be prepared for all types of emergencies. Having most recently responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and an extreme drought, we realize the need to remain prepared for all disasters, including earthquakes. In honor of National Preparedness Month, the City Council will present a proclamation to the City of Santa Clara City Manager's Office of Emergency Management. I'd like to invite City Manager Jovan Grogan to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And that proclamation will be accepted by David Flam, the city's emergency services officer. And I just want to take a moment to thank David, who joined us just under a year ago and who really hit the ground running and is really the person that is most responsible for all of the actions that you have before you tonight. Preparing for emergencies is something that we really need to make sure that we have in the back of our mind. And David really launched right in, and some of the documents that you have before you for action tonight haven't been updated since 1971. And so David really dove really deep in. And David, just thank you for joining our team. Thank you for all you do for the citizens of Santa Clara each and every day.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Madam Mayor Gilmore, for your comments and emphasizing the importance of emergency preparedness in our city. As part of the National Preparedness Month proclamation, and to coincide with National Preparedness Month, we are bringing to you on the consent calendar for tonight the new and updated emergency operations plan, the new and updated local hazard mitigation plan, which is a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which we have our own annex and it incorporates every other jurisdiction in this county. One team, one fight in that way. It also updates or brings to you the first reading of the Disaster Council and Emergency Management Ordinance, which, as our city manager Jovan pointed out, was last signed by Mayor Gilmore, Mayor Gary Gilmore. So it's fitting that it would be another Mayor Gilmore who's signing our updated ordinance. We also have updated our critical city incident management staffing listings. We also have held a community emergency response team academy, and we'll be holding another one in October. We also are bringing in a number of large special sporting event incident management courses into the city or into the county starting this month, and we're going to be hosting a number of safety drills here in the city with our various departments. So I wanted to thank our city manager, Jovan, for the support, and the whole city manager's office, and Nadine Nader, my direct supervisor, for their support in allowing our office to achieve the accomplishment of getting these very critical documents over the goal line and bringing them here to you tonight. And I think they reflect the maturity of the emergency management community in this valley and of our capacity and capabilities here locally in the city of Santa Clara. I also wanted to acknowledge and support the contributions of the various city planning partners in our various city departments who helped us review these documents, the hazard mitigation plan and the emergency operations plan. Couldn't have done it without them. I wanted to thank the neighboring cities and the county for their support in helping us utilize our emergency operations plan model for developing our plan and developing the multi-hazard mitigation plan. I also wanted to acknowledge that this is not just the culmination of the work of myself in this last year or my office in this last year, but also the dedicated collaborative work of my predecessor, Lisa Schoenthal, who I asked to be here tonight, and she graciously agreed to be here in support of the accomplishment of these documents. I know she's been working tirelessly for this city for the lion's share of a decade to get some of these products over the goal line. And also I asked my counterpart at the county, Director Dana Reed, who is here, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, who was a major support factor when I worked for the county in developing some of these planning documents and now supports us as a city in getting these documents over the goal line and continues to support our office on a day-to-day basis. And I would be remiss if I didn't communicate my absolute heartfelt appreciation for the number one person who helped me get all these documents over the goal line, who is Jennifer Guzman, who works in my office tirelessly every day for me and did tremendous work on getting these documents in front of you tonight. So with that, I just want to say that I present to you a certainly more administratively prepared City of Santa Clara, and we look forward to the next month and year of preparedness, where we're going to be focusing on infrastructure and staff preparedness, and then operational preparedness beyond that. These documents will certainly allow us to be more prepared for any event that should come our way, inclusive of the large events that we know are coming in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. City Manager, did you want to say more things? Okay, David, if you'd like to invite whoever you'd like up, we have a proclamation for
Jennifer,
you.
come on up.
And I just want to say that when I had to put my glasses on to see that was Lisa Schoenthal, I thought, boy, that looks familiar.
And Lisa and Dana, you're both welcome to come up as well if you'd like.
That would be fine. I just want to say I worked with Lisa. She took us through the dark days of the pandemic, which were really interesting times here in Santa Clara, the issues that we face. So I feel very comfortable that between her leadership and your leadership now, that we're going to be well prepared for anything that comes in the future. So if you'd like to join us up here.
Thank you, ma'am.
For a proclamation. Councilmember Jane, you'd like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you very much for updating this plan. We have the increase of natural disasters happening now, wildfires, floods due to climate change. So it's very important for us to be prepared in that respect, and I'm glad that we're updating our plans. But you didn't mention our CERT program. So I know we're restarting the CERT program and we're doing trainings, and I want to let the public know that they can go and sign up and get trained how to take care of their neighbors.
Absolutely. We did just start a CERT Academy and have another CERT Academy beginning in October, as I mentioned. The information about the CERT Academies is on the fire department's website, and we're happy to, to host that and help coordinate that with the fire department, who put on a great academy several times a year. So yeah, we're looking forward to graduating more students and continuing, especially now that we're out of COVID, to get more and more students into the CERT program.
Could you say what it is?
Absolutely. So the CERT program is the Community Emergency Response Team program. And the idea is getting community members through a training that allows them to first know how to take care of themselves and their family, but then how also to coordinate with their local communities within their neighborhoods on how to be more prepared as a collective neighborhood and community, and to be able to mobilize and work together in times of disaster when resources might be scarce and response assets might not be able to get to everyone right away, as we saw during the Loma Prieta earthquake or many of the large wildfires that we've seen across the region.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you. I'm glad to see this. I mean, it's October next month. It'll be 35 years since the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake. I mean, that was my first memory, and it's probably the most significant memory I had as a little kid. And I remember no power, no toilets. I mean, we haven't had one that long. So I think the ability to have this update is great because, again, we need to be prepared for when the big one does come, which, in fact, we are pretty overdue. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. And to that comment, the ordinance, the Disaster Council and Emergency Management Ordinance, it was last updated prior to the Loma Prieta earthquake, prior to the Oakland Hills fire, the Northridge earthquake, September 11th, the creation of the standardized emergency management system, the national incident management system, the incident command system. So many things have changed in the years since the 1971 update, and I'm pretty proud of the ordinance we've put in front of you in its reflection of the maturity of the career field and discipline of emergency management and the reflection of the hazard spectrum and environment that we live in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
For the public, would you please tell them what your requirements are to be in the CERT program?
Yeah, so and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe as long as you have a parent release under the age of 18, you can be part of the CERT program. And other than that, any community member over the age of 18 can be part of the CERT program and go through the CERT training. So yeah, it's open to the general entire spectrum of the community.
Thank you very much, David. Appreciate it. I think that's it for the questions.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so for our next special order of business, we have the recognition of outgoing commissioners on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Board of Library Trustees, Civil Service Commission, Cultural Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission. So the City of Santa Clara is honored to recognize these outgoing commissioners for their dedication and service to Santa Clara. Before the commissioners come forward, I would like to acknowledge, we have, I think, 3 of them with us this evening, but I want to acknowledge all 8 of the outgoing commissioners for their service. From the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we have Jane Casamayor and Stephen Clark Seninger. From the Library Board of Trustees, we have Lee Brofman and Jan Hintmeister. From the Civil Service Commission, we have Tahir Naheem. From the Cultural Commission, we have Siddharth Sundaram and Paul McNamara. From the Parks and Recreation Commission, we have Kelly Cox. And that's it. So we're so grateful for your work. Thank you for all your dedicated service. So I'm going to go down and get the awards for those commissioners that are here. Thank you so much. So first, I'd like to acknowledge Lee Brofman, Board of Library Trustees. Congratulations. Okay, next we have Jan Hintermeister. Is Jan here? From the Board of Library Trustees. We'll get pictures up here too. From the Cultural Commission, we have Siddharth Sundaram. Is he here? Very good. Thank you. Congratulations. Stay close. Kelly Cox, is Kelly here? I don't think she's here. And that's it. So I'd like to invite the commissioners up here for a picture and the council members as well. Please come forward. Okay, now down to business. All right. We have our next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Do we have any member of the council that would like to pull a consent item for discussion? Seeing none, anyone in the public? Councilmember Watanabe, you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So I just want to let everybody know that I need to recuse myself from item 3G, which is an action on agreement to fund up to $843,000 for modernization and rehabilitation of 8 affordable rental units, update 2 units to be ADA accessible, and replace approximately 100 windows in the Sobrato Family Living Center located at 1509, 1503 Agnew Road in Santa Clara. Authority to extend the affordability housing covenants for an additional 10 years and approval of related budget amendment. And the reason I need to recuse myself is because I own property within 1,000 feet of the subject property, and city staff has recommended that I recuse myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion from the council or any member of the public? Do we have anyone online, City Clerk?
Yes.
We do? Okay. I don't see who it is.
Linda?
Oh, Linda. Yes, go ahead, Linda.
Yes, I'm switching back and forth because I can't see things very well. On motion, let's see.
So we're on
motion 3M 24737. The part 2, declaration and determination in accordance with section whatever, and it says 3276 San Juan Avenue. I think that's wrong. I think it's 3277. I live on San Juan.
Okay, so we can refer that to our staff to look into it. So
Yes,
that's the reason.
that's all.
Okay, thank you. We don't need to pull it. We can just take a look into that, staff. 3M 3277 San Juan Avenue. Got it. All right, is there anyone else online? City Clerk, I don't see anyone. So we have a motion and a second. When you're ready, City Clerk. Please register your vote.
I vote yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to, I believe it's public presentations. And these are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Oh, just as an aside, the consent calendar also included the Stadium Authority consent items. All right, so we're going to move on to item number public presentations. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, we have Satish. Come forward, please. Welcome. Let's see, let's turn that on. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing to address here today. My name is Satish Chandra, and I'm the candidate for City Council for District 1. I'm here to express some serious concern about a recent telephonic survey that seems to be violating our city's dark money ordinance and spreading harmful misinformation. And to that regards, I would like to request here, and as well as I have submitted a complaint to City Clerk. I hope it has reached the City Attorney. I did raise a complaint with the Santa Clara County District Attorney also, because it's pretty serious. The survey in question presented glowing reviews of my opponent, Albert Gonzalez, while the information about me was not only negative, but also inaccurate. It falsely portrayed me as a far-right extremist and claimed that I supported hydroxychloroquine during the pandemic, which is pathetic. I never did that. These are completely false claims, and their aim seems to be to tarnish my reputation and sway away voters unfairly. So there is lack of transparency because the survey did not mention my other opponent. So this omission seems designed to mislead voters by excluding important context. So dark many concerns. The anonymous nature of the survey and its misleading content suggest it could be violating our city's dark money ordinance. This ordinance is crucial for ensuring transparency and ethical practices in our elections. What I am asking for, investigation. I urge the council to investigate the source of this survey to see if it breaches any campaign regulations or the dark money ordinance. Transparency. I request that any organization behind this survey be required to disclose their funding and affiliations. Corrective measures. If violations are found, I hope we can take swift action to correct the misinformation and ensure fair practices. Thank you for your valuable time and attention to this matter. I'm happy to provide any additional information required you might need. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. We're not able to take action on this. We can hear you, and all of our staff has heard as well. Thank you for coming. Barb, is Barb online? Or Barb here? Please come forward, Barb. Welcome.
I just wanted to bring attention to the Covenant House here in Santa Clara. They're on the El Camino at 225 El Camino Real in Santa Clara. They're having a summer celebration on tomorrow from 6 to 8. And why it's important to bring attention to it is that they house teens in this home, which used to be the Western Hotel, which was not a very good reputable place by many of us that live in Santa Clara. And as a neighborhood watch captain, I think it's important that the community is aware of who they are and what they do, because they need our support, not only city council, but our actual citizens' support, as well as our businesses. I myself volunteer time there to get items for them that is needed for their residents. These kids are ones that were in foster care at one time, but were aged out of foster care and became homeless. They are also helping adults and children that were involved in human trafficking. They have some adults there that have children that they now have to care for and are homeless, and so they have provided them a home also. So they're really reaching a lot of different family members and individual members, and they just need the help of our community, as simple as visiting them to understand what they're about, volunteering your services, volunteering your time, donating items to them that could be needed for their participants, because eventually their goal is to house, feed, educate, and permanently get them apartments to start them on their life here in Santa Clara. And so tomorrow's event was just to get people to kind of know, hey, we're here. We'd love to meet you. We'd love to have your support. And they definitely have my support, but I don't know that a lot of people are aware of that. They're there. And then during the holidays, they try to give each of their clients that are there some type of essentials. They're not asking for extravagant gifts. They're literally asking for socks, shoes, jackets, clothing, possibly items that they could use, like a computer, to help them with their work. They're, just want connections within the community. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention and hope that everybody's aware of it and that it gets the due notice out there that they're here and they need our help. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Many of us were at the opening of the Covenant House, and just for those who don't know, it's on El Camino between Scott and Los Padres. So that's the location of it. But it's an amazing program, and what they do for those, I call them kids, but young adults, they're all
young
ages,
adults,
is pretty incredible and deserves our support. So thank you for bringing it to our attention again. And if you can make it there, what's the hours tomorrow?
Tomorrow's from 6 to 8, and then again during the holidays. They're always just in need of gift cards. You don't have to do the shopping, but if you have a gift card and you want to drop it off,
Be helpful.
they keep it for them during the holidays, or those that get moved into housing. They need everything from dishes to towels, blankets. The Rotary Club was kind enough to give them mattresses, so it was a big deal. So little things make it go a long way.
Thank you. Thank you, Barb, for bringing it to our attention. Do we have anybody else here in the audience? No? Councilmember Hardy, you had your hand up, or was that from before?
I was hoping that she'd be a little more specific. I know I've taken over the small toiletries that you get from motels in the past and taken large amounts of that. So I was writing down anything that you said or you were specific. And that's why I just wanted to ask, was there anything that you knew of that would help people to know? And how can they drop that off? Because I know the security, they work very hard to make certain everyone's safe there.
I have a phone number for them. I can get it off my phone. I don't have it right here on this. And then you can go directly to them at 2250 El Camino. They spend, believe it or not, a good amount of money on paper products just to make it through. Toilet papers, Kleenex, paper towels, paper plates, utensils. I'm currently talking with somebody at Smart and Final just to see if there's, any way they could get discounted someplace to get that kind of product. We have, St. Justin's used to have an outgrown shop, and they donated some clothing, pictures, because the people that are there, they cannot have wood items in the room. They have to have it sanitary-wise and making sure that nothing grows within the rooms. But they're very particular about what they take, but they also are very welcoming. They can't take stuffed animals, things like that. They have to limit it just because of what might come into the apartments there, and they have to be kept in a certain.
Gift cards are great, and other things.
Gift cards are very great, and then.
Their rooms are quite small, so.
Very small, yeah. And I saw a room recently that they housed a family, and it was 2 adults and 2 children, and I was amazed with what they did with it. And in the open house tomorrow, they're going to be educating as well as touring and allowing you to talk to some of the members that are there.
Thank you so much. All right, I don't see any other public presentations, so we're going to move on to our public hearing, item number 5, which is public hearing action on environmental impact report, general plan amendment from high intensity office, research and development, R&D, to light industrial use permit and architectural review to allow the construction of a new 4-story 244,068 square foot data center with a substation at 2805 Bowers Avenue. So I'm going to declare the public hearing open. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, for introducing the item. As the council knows, most developments do not come before the City Council. This one is coming before you because of the need for a general plan amendment. Today's presentation will be provided by Rena Briel, the Acting Community Development Director. In addition, the developer has a 10-minute presentation, GI Partners. Additionally, Silicon Valley Power is here to support with any questions that you may have. Rena, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Rena. Director?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight, the item in front of the council today is the consideration of 4 different actions that will allow the development of a data center at 2805 Bowers Avenue. The four specific requests that are going to be in front of the City Council is the consideration for the council to accept an EIR, as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project. A general plan amendment that would allow a land use designation change from high-intensity office R&D to light industrial to facilitate a data center on the site, as well as a use permit and an architectural review approval, which would allow specifically the demolition of the existing building in order to construct a 244,068 square foot data center with backup generators, a substation, and site improvements. On the site today, it is 5.12 acres in size, and there is a 100,000 square foot, two-story office building, which was constructed in 1974. There is surface parking as well as perimeter landscaping as well. So this aerial shows the neighborhood context. You can see the site right in the middle, and the dots really demonstrate the uses that exist today in this industrial neighborhood. So you'll see commercial and office and industrial uses shown with the yellow dots, and then data centers actually shown with the purple dots. The green dot just south of the site is a substation on I'm forgetting the name of the street right now, but it's an existing substation, and I'll point out the relationship to the project in a second. Oh yes, the Uranium Street substation. I knew it sounded kind of concerning, that's why. In terms of the existing general plan and zoning, on the site we have consistent general plan and zoning. And what the council may recall is that in July, before the council recess, the council actually adopted a zoning map. And by adopting the zoning map, which implemented the city's zoning code, all the parcels in the city now have consistent general plan and zoning designations. So the request today is to specifically change the general plan designation from high-intensity office to light industrial, and I'll explain why in a second. However, I want to point out that should the council choose to amend the general plan today to light industrial, you'll see the asterisk under zoning, and the reason for this is because we actually have to have consistent general plan and zoning. So if the general plan amendment gets approved tonight, staff is going to bring forward a zoning map cleanup, which would then include this particular parcel in order to have the zoning then be rezoned to light industrial to match the general plan. Some information about the project: it is proposed at 4 stories, 244,068 square feet. It includes a substation on site, 32 emergency backup generators that are going to be enclosed in a screening wall that also includes sound attenuation, 42 air-cooled rooftop chillers that are also enclosed behind a mechanical screen wall with an acoustical blanket, and 62 surface parking spaces, and then 91 trees that are going to be planted on site, and then 5 additional trees that will be planted off site. And the reason for so many trees is actually because it's a 2-to-1 replacement ratio for removing, I think that comes out to 48 trees that are on site. So we'll end up with more and some bigger trees that'll get planted and hopefully grow and mature on site. Just walking us through the site plan here. So the building will front facing Bowers Avenue. So as you approach in and out of Bowers, you will approach the front of the building. That will be the front elevation. Toward the back of the building is a generator yard where the generators that I mentioned are going to be enclosed. To the right on the site plan, which is actually south, on the south portion of the property, is the new substation that would be constructed alongside with the data center. If you recall from the aerial, this is actually immediately adjacent to the substation that exists today, and this will provide additional service, obviously. So whenever you amend the general plan, you're obviously not making the general plan consistent. So you want to understand, are there other policies that would support this general plan amendment? So the general plan amendment is being proposed because the high-intensity office R&D designation, that purple designation, actually does not allow standalone data centers. You can only have data centers when they're ancillary to an office project. in that particular general plan designation. So the applicant is proposing a light industrial general plan designation, and light industrial facilitates, allows data centers to be standalone uses. If we go back to the aerial and you saw the different uses on the site, as well as the general plan map, this particular parcel is actually between areas that are purple as well as gray. So they literally abut other data centers as well as other industrial or commercial uses. It's sort of a transition property. In the light industrial definition of our general plan, it actually talks about a floor area ratio standard, and that standard is 0.6, and the data center proposal is 1.06 FAR, I should say FAR, floor area ratio. And for the purposes of why we have a floor area ratio standard in our general plan, that was actually in order for us to analyze and predict traffic by land use. And data centers are relatively unique from a land use standpoint for industrial uses or really commercial uses because they have very low traffic. It's primarily a building to house equipment, right? So this is actually an area of consistency, even though the standard seems different. And then the general plan amendment is also consistent with really the city's general plan strategy, which is 4.6 of maintaining the city's fiscal health and quality services. And so what that policy says is that we should be utilizing and improving underutilized property. As I mentioned before, the building on the site was built in 1974, large surface parking lot, definitely a property that is underutilized today. Also, a goal is to strengthen the existing tax base. So if we're able to redevelop the property, obviously the property will get reassessed. That will benefit really the tax base as well, because it will be a higher dollar value that will not just go to the city from a property tax assessment. It also supports the school districts, the community colleges, the county, and special districts. And then also invests in public services and infrastructure. And this is really more of a general statement about how when people develop in Santa Clara, we expect them to do the infrastructure along with it. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. The use permit is a required permit here. A little nuance is that this particular application received what we call our PCC completeness. This is our project completeness committee, or the internal city committee that reviews the project. That date of completeness was actually when we had our other zoning code, our classic code, in effect. And that classic code required that the use permit be required for any emergency backup generators. This is just kind of a nuanced statement because use permits are required today for our new code for just data centers in general, but I just wanted to explain the rationale for the use permit. And that really the use permit would consider, the compatibility of the new development in the surrounding area, and it is compatible with the industrial character of the area. Also in front of the City Council is the architectural review of this building. You'll notice that it has a very modern architectural style. It has cementatious gray paneling, as well as glass and wood, and the glass and wood really contrast and create some additional depth. This particular elevation shows how those panels create what I would call a wave. It definitely adds some fluidity with what would otherwise, I think a lot of times the criticism of data centers is that there are these boxes, so it creates some, a sense of movement. And then there are the incorporation of horizontal bands of light that will further accentuate this wave at night. And that is really just meant on really that front profile of the building and one side profile. In terms of the CEQA for this project, so the California Energy Commission is the agency that prepared the EIR. And they are the responsible agency, if you will, for this particular project. And they held the process, they held the public meetings, and they certified the EIR as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. We've reviewed the EIR it's adequate, it's sufficient, and as the city, we become the responsible agency to accept the EIR. So if the council is interested in approving the actions tonight, we would be accepting the EIR to adopt the MMRP, which was prepared by the CEC. The Climate Action Plan is applicable here, and it requires our data centers to be 100% carbon neutral. So that is going to be part of this project. In terms of electrical service, so this project has been conditioned so that it will not be able to be built and constructed until really Silicon Valley Power has a system impact study that demonstrates that there's enough capacity in the system to serve the project, as well as other regulatory approvals have been achieved. So at a very high level, there are actually very detailed conditions of approval, but at a very high level, a couple to highlight for you, which is more informational, I think, for the applicant and for others, is that 12 kV interim service can't be established until a number of service projects, that's electrical service projects, are completed, and the earliest completion date we're looking at is 2028 here, and then the 60 kV service can't be established until 2029 or 2030 at the earliest. So this is not a project that's going to get built in the next couple of years. It's going to wait for improvements from SVP in order to move forward. So this item went to Planning Commission on January 31st, 2024, and the developer led a community meeting, or I should say, that the project actually got continued from that hearing in order for the developer to lead a community meeting. Notices were sent out to 2,000-foot radius. There was also notices and outreach to any schools in the vicinity or any daycare facilities. And at that community meeting, which was on February 22nd, there were 15 members of the public that were there. And I just want to walk you through some of the discussion and answers that came up at that meeting. So individuals asked about whether or not there were going to be security on the premises. The applicant said yes. There is going to be a full-time security service that will be on site. There will be 10 full-time employees that are part of the project. The question the community asked was, will the project generate its own power? And no, the generators are for emergency backup generation. Water usage for the project is low. It is using purple pipe reclaimed, recycled water for the most part, and it is using air chillers. So this is a relatively low water usage activity. In terms of noise, as I mentioned, with the two areas that normally generate noise, this would be emergency backup generators or the air chillers, which are at the top, both have been covered, I should say, with acoustical treatments. And there are studies that have been done to really demonstrate that this project will not have an adverse impact from a noise perspective off-site. It's going to be able to retain noise and not have that spread off-site. And then, residents asked about revenue generation. I think people are interested in data centers and, why does the city do this? Why do we have so many data centers? What's in it for the city from a revenue generation standpoint? And staff answered that question by sharing that 5% of the utility bill that data centers pay actually go to supporting the city's general fund. So an approximate of that is for every megawatt of usage, that's about $50,000 to the city's general fund. So when the Planning Commission heard this item on March 6th, there was one member of the public who actually came to support the project. And then there was also a letter of support which was provided by the Santa Clara Unified School District. So I'm just gonna give you some details to just explain the motion because it's a little nuanced here. So the full commission was not present. There are 7 commissioners, 5 were in attendance. As you all know, you need 4 votes to pass an item. Some of the commissioners in their discussion very much focused on the number of data centers in the city and their concerns regarding data centers and the drainage of power that these uses have. So given the lengthy discussion by the Planning Commission, they took one motion, and that was one commissioner recommended, motion to approve the conditional use permit and general plan amendment. And 3 members of the commission recommended approval, and 2 members of the commission recommended denial. And they did not, after that extended discussion they had, they did not try to change each other's opinions, or that was the failed motion. And because of that, they weren't able to achieve really passing the item or failing the item. However, in practicality, if you cannot take a successful motion, the plan for this particular issue, which is the conditional use permit, that was considered a denial of the conditional use permit by the Planning Commission. Now, the zoning code says that whenever there's a companion decision that the city council takes, that companion decision should come alongside with the city council. So the reason why I say this is because the council clearly has purview over the general plan amendment, the EIR, architectural review. The CUP or the use permit would normally be decided on by the Planning Commission, but in this case, it's naturally going to come to the city council. So just wanted to explain the Planning Commission's action as well as the relevancy here to the city council. And so those are the actions that are relevant today: the EIR, the general plan amendment, the conditional use permit, and architectural review. And that takes me to the staff recommendation, which is to adopt a resolution accepting the environmental impact report prepared by the CEC and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, to adopt the resolution approving the general plan amendment from high intensity office R&D, I should say research and development, to light industrial, to allow the construction of a new 4-story, 244,068 square foot data center with a substation and site improvements at 2805 Bowers Avenue, subject to findings and conditions of approval, and the adoption of a resolution approving a use permit for the demolition of existing building and the construction of the new 4-story data center at 2805 Bowers with the substation and the subject to findings and conditions of approval. And then the adoption of a resolution for architectural review for the demolition of the existing building and the construction of the new 4-story data center at 20805 Bowers Avenue, subject to findings and conditions of approval. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, so before we go to the applicant, is there any members of the council that have questions? Vice Mayor Becker.
Sorry, Mayor, I'll hold my questions.
We're not ready for a motion right now. Oh,
My questions.
oh, I thought you said you hold your motion. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, first I wanted to disclose that I met with Joe Imparto of GI Partners and Tim Garnieri of Mission Critical Realty, and they explained this project to me. But what I wanted to understand was the substation that they're building. I've been complaining a lot about the aesthetics of substations, and will there be screening for the substation such that from Bowers you won't see all of those insulators and wires and everything? And then the second is there's a number of trees that are going to have to be planted elsewhere. Do you have any idea where those trees are going to be planted? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Acting Director. Two questions, I know data centers are attracting issues related to noise and power consumption, basically. So my first question is, and I think we did put that condition on one of the data centers to have active noise monitors actively, so that, because you remember in my district, there was a long-term problem, like almost 3-4 months, we were not able to detect where the noise was coming. And that's the same issue was raised by residents close by on this one. On condition P8, there's a very generic condition like noise will be within the limits, basically. Can we add on that the developer add active noise monitoring on the building, and they should keep the record for 30 days and send a report after every 30 days to the city for review, so that in case the resident complain about the noise, we have the data, hey, it's not coming from here, or its source is something else, and it's very low cost. Now the noise monitors are very easy, so can we add that condition? That's my first question. My second is, The other thing with the residents complain about is that we have to make so much expansion of our power usage for these data centers. So we are adding that capacity on this particular substation. So we are improving this thing specifically for the data center, basically. If this data center was not there, we might not have improved the capacity to 60 VA on this one. So is the applicant paying almost full amount of that capacity expansion so that our SVP is not spending money to expand our power usage over there? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was curious, the closest residential, because I believe that is quite a ways away as far as residential. And I was also going to tease you when you said traffic, you should have said car traffic, because as a computer science teacher, information flow is called traffic. Just to help. Thank you.
Those are the questions from the council.
Thanks. I can take most of them, but I'm also going to rely on Manuel Pineda related to system expansion and costs related to that. Related to Councilmember Jane's questions, I actually have to look at the screening of the substation. I do not think we necessarily have details on that yet for screening to prevent people from looking into, I know substations are rather unsightly. So I may be able to take a break and see if we have those renderings available. The substation itself is going to be rather tucked away, given that it's on the project's southern boundary and it actually abuts the other substation that is in existence, and there, as far as I can tell, I don't think there's additional screening. The 5 trees that will be planted off-site, so really at the time of the building permit, the applicant will be able to pursue a couple options. We would normally connect them with our Department of Public Works to see if there are other areas of the city that these trees could be planted. So at that time, really when the building permit stage is here, we will find an adequate place to place it within the city, likely on city property at the expense of the developer. Councilmember Shahal, related to noise, I certainly recall the concerns that people had during the pandemic time. Somehow everything became much louder for everyone during the pandemic. But I do remember that a data center that came forward at that time was conditioned in order to put a noise monitoring device on the property. And at that time, that was the sole condition, so that if there were complaints that were raised, we could get the data and we could have some information that we could utilize. It wasn't an added request so that reports were coming in every 30 days for staff to review. I would just say that it may be a better condition and something certainly to see if the applicant's willing to do it, to add a noise monitoring device for future purposes. When we get reports, it is always something that, staff doesn't like receiving reports unless we're going to review them, and it would be added time for staff to review it, and if it's a non-issue, but the idea of having a noise monitor available and operational could be of use to the city and something to ask the applicant. And then I'm going to answer Councilmember Hardy's question, then hand this over to Manuel Pineda. So Councilmember Hardy, the nearest residence, and I think it's better for me to show you, it is quite far away, but you can see it on our aerial here. So at the very bottom of the slide, there are residences, some multifamily, some single family. That distance is over 500 feet away, probably closer to 700 feet away. And the other data center that is on Walsh is actually probably closer. But did want to point out that it is a distance, but still, within the same site plan that I could show you, or aerial. And I think for the question that Councilmember Shahal had regarding capacity and whether or not this particular project would be contributing to the service costs on that. Thank you, Manuel, for taking that question.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight. And before I get to that question, I do want to add just on the noise, because I worked at length on that project at the time. I would concur with the director of CDD that we had a concern, a resident on that issue. And really, at that time, what we did is we placed the noise monitors based on what the concerns were coming from. So not knowing exactly what they would need to be would be very difficult to say place noise monitors at that location. And we did work with the data center, working with CDD to do some additional work within the data center and address those concerns. I don't think there's been a concern from that neighborhood in the last 2 or 3 years or so since that got addressed. So just wanted to concur in that, because that was a lot of work effort from staff. So not knowing exactly where the concern might be, it's hard to say where the monitors should be. On the expansion, so specifically to this project, they have a substation that's specific to their site and for their use. That substation will be fully funded by the project. In regards to expansion projects, because we've spoken about this before, so expansion projects are funded 2 different ways. They're funded by customer rates, and they're funded by our load development fee. And what the team does at SVP is we develop a report that breaks down what part of the cost is related to replacing existing infrastructure that serves existing ratepayers, and what part of the project is intended to use for expansion, and then they're funded by those 2 different sources. So yes, when we're doing expansion projects, those are funded by the load development fee, but if it includes reconstruction of existing facilities that need to be reconstructed, they're funded by ratepayers as well. But we do take into account to make sure new developments paying their fair share towards any expansion.
Okay, so now it's time for the applicant to come forward and give us your presentation.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, as long as you speak in the microphone there. Thanks.
Thank you for considering our project, and thank you for talking with our team this evening. The staff presentation closely mirrors ours. I'm not sure we'll take all 10 minutes. It's going to look pretty redundant. Next slide, please. My name is Tim Guarneri. I'm the Mission Critical Realty Consultant. I've been running this project for GI Partners for the better part of 3 years now. All the logos on this screen are all of the consultants that have worked on it, from environmental to civil to architectural. Most of them are in the room with us this evening. Others are on Zoom. Our architect is in Chicago, and our power consultant is in Boston. We might, lose them. It's a little bit late for them, but we can answer all of your questions. And our environmental consultant and our environmental data is here to discuss if that's something you want to go into in more detail. Next slide, please. GI Partners. So next to me is actually a gentleman from GI Partners. I'm a consultant for the team. I run all the folks on the ground, and I work for this young man next to me here. I'm going to have him tell you a bit more about the firm directly.
Thanks, Tim. Mayor Gilmore, members of the council, thank you very much for having us here tonight. My name's Joe Imparato. I'm the project lead for this particular project with GI Partners. And with me is Tony Lynn and Michael Lee, our managing directors, as well as Nick Noriega with our asset management staff. Well, a little bit about GI Partners. So we are a real estate asset management and development firm. We're based in San Francisco. Our partners, our capital partners, the folks who we consider ourselves stewards of capital, are institutional, mostly pension funds. Not in this project, but on others. That includes 2 of the largest public employee pension funds in the state of California. Here, this project, involved in this project are a number of public employee retirement systems. So that includes teachers, firefighters, as well as the trade union pension fund systems. And so with that, that's really the driving force that we make our decisions by. We need to be good stewards of capital with a long-term plan so that our partners can make their pension payments. We're in things for the long term. And with that comes the importance of really, when we have a project, to make sure we reach out to the community beforehand to make sure that people are heard and to understand what's important for the community. And so that's what we've tried to do here today. We're really excited to highlight some of the benefits of the project. We'll keep moving quickly, and I'm going to kick it back to Tim.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So the staff report showed you the site plan. This is just another variant of what we submitted to the city. That is our owned and operated substation there that, as Manuel Pineda said, we pay for all of that. The transmission upgrades and so on through the low development fee will come to the developer. We knew that when we started this project. I don't have off the top of my head what staff recommended for screening and whatnot. As the staff report mentioned, there's a number of conditions and covenants from SVP in the package you have in front of you, and we've gone through it all. And we've worked hand in hand with Manuel and his team for a couple of years now, and hope to continue to do so to move this project forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as Joe mentioned, we did want to spend a fair amount of time in the community. We've talked to the school district. We've talked to Councilmember Jane. We've talked to Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe. We've talked to as many folks as we can. We held a community meeting. Not only did we go out 2,000 feet, we sent letters to 2,000 individual addresses. We really wanted to hear what they're worried about. They talked to us about noise, they talked to us about traffic. We can get more into that later in the Q&A. We spent a lot of time with the architect on the aesthetics. Data centers are generally big, ugly buildings. We don't believe this one is. We think this is actually one of the nicer buildings that could be built for this particular purpose. Reduction in road traffic. We talked about tax revenue and no cost SVP. The staff already mentioned the 50K per megawatt of consumption. Just to be clear, we understand from the staff report, we're in 2024. We're a number of years away from bringing this to fruition. We understand the limitations of SVP. I watched the entire council meeting last week, all of it.
We're going to quiz you, okay?
Well, there was Manuel, then there was Manuel, then there was Manuel. Right. And so after that.
A+.
We were encouraged, to be honest, about SVP bringing in other generation sources and signing PPAs and the HDVC projects coming in. I've been watching this for a number of years. I know more about it than I want to admit. But we're glad that they're doing that, and we're glad that they're trying to accommodate folks like us coming to your city. One thing we'll mention, and Joe can talk about this more later, when we met with the school district, a lot of the real estate GI partners invest in is technology-based real estate. And the idea of leaning in, right, leaning into STEAM and STEM scholarships and leaning into the community. And, you've got Santa Clara University, right? You've got the next, PhDs who are going to figure out how to fly to Jupiter, but you still need people that are going to come and work in our data centers. And so leaning into that and talking to the education community here is something that we're pretty heavily vested in, and we can talk more about that later. Next slide, please. So the next 3 slides, because we only have 4 minutes left, I'm going to kind of gloss over a little bit. The verbiage on these slides are the same as what I just went through in the summary. The point on this slide is if you look at the aesthetic, the box on the left is a typical data center anywhere around the country, big ugly boxes. Where this is on the corner of Walsh Bowers, we understand, we heard loud and clear from people in the community that aesthetics matter, and we don't want an ugly building. We would spend a lot of time and money designing it the way it is now. And that's what it looks like on the right, and quite frankly, we're pretty proud of it. Next slide, please. Soft lighting and soffits and so on. Next slide, please. One of the things I wanted to highlight here, in terms of drawing on city resources, right? Fire department, police department, and so on. When we build these things and there's construction crews and so on, there might be a handful of calls because someone broke into the fence and stole somebody's tools, right? When this is done and the fences are up and we have 7x24 security and lighting and cameras and so on, we're pretty self-sufficient. There's not a lot of calls going to the police department or fire department. And so we believe we're doing reasonable contributions into the city coffers, not drawing a lot of fire life and safety resources for this particular type of product. Next slide, please. One of the things that came up early on in our CEC discussions, talking to the Buildings and Trades Commission, they were very interested in whether or not we were going to be using union labor. We are. We signed a LOI for a PLA. We are quite a ways away from worrying about getting general contractor and so forth. There's lots of conditions, again, that are in your packet. When that time comes, that general contractor will be given that PLA. It will be a union job. That's not up for debate. So this will be a union project as soon as it comes out of the ground. I wanted to mention the community development piece. I think our numbers might be a little bit off from the community development numbers. We thought we had to plant more than 5. I think it was like 10 or 15 trees. However many trees it is, wherever you guys want us to put them, we're all in, right? You know, put them in schools if you need shade, but that's not a problem. We're happy to do that. Next slide, please. The Santa Clara Schools Foundation, this is really a slide that's a genesis of Michelle Neely and Steve Neese. Again, we have 2 minutes left here, so I'm going to go pretty quick. You can probably go get details on this slide from them, but for now, we're going to go to the next slide. The point here is that the office building that's here is in 1975. This really is the highest and best use, given what's in the neighborhood, everything around us. There's a substation behind us. Behind that substation is another Vantage data center. So everything around us looks exactly like what we're trying to do. Next slide, please. Right, and this is, again, something you've already seen, right? This is what staff proposed. It's the same picture. It's the same layout. It's the same uses. Next slide, please. Part of the challenge here, too, being a real estate and investment fund, right? If you look at the high-intensity R&D and the office market, and, gee, couldn't you just take that building and put it on steroids and lease it? Well, we could put the building on steroids, but there's no market. All the numbers are here. You can look at it at your leisure. There's no one to lease it to. So not only do we believe in that neighborhood, this is the right use at the right time in that neighborhood, there's no market for what it is now. And quite frankly, if you want Class A office in Santa Clara, you're going to go to Santa Clara Square. You're not going to come down to this part of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Power considerations, I mentioned it earlier. I'm down to 30 seconds here. We are very happy to work with Manuel and his team going forward. We have for the past 3 years, and the next 3 years I'm fine. I enjoy Manuel and his team. They're very smart folks. Hoping to solve the power problems with them together. Next slide, please. Renderings. You can just skip through these. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, go back one. Okay, so that's just a nice night rendering for you. There is an appendix that we have here. Scott Galati is our CEC consultant. We have all the CEC detail. Michael Lisenby from DJ Powers has all the environmental detail, and we have graphics to back up all the information that we were asking you to prove tonight. And I am out of time. Thank you so much.
Very good, thank you. So does the council have any questions of the applicant? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will say I'm very familiar with the site. My credit union was there until they moved about a year ago.
I know them well.
I will tell you, you mentioned about connecting with the local, and I do teach at the high school, and I will just say SVP, we got them to come to the career fair to make students in the area more aware of what was possible. And you could talk with them about the connection. I would have to be careful because...
I understand.
Yes.
Happy to do so.
But we do have career fairs at the high schools for the local students to let them know what is possible around here. Thank you.
Do you have a question? No. Okay. Anybody else have a question? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the presentation. So I just want to just confirm, so you said there were 2,000 pieces of mail sent out to the residents, and out of 2,000, only 15 came to the community meeting in...
Yeah, that's correct. So the first noticing requirements we were required to do by the CEC went 1,000 feet. Planning Commission wanted us to go further. They were worried about the schools nearby and the residences nearby, so they mandated that we go out 2,000 feet. We got a list of 2,000 addresses, and yes, I think it was 16 people. Yes, that's correct.
Great, okay. And then regarding the landscaping, you've mentioned the trees. What about like other landscaping? Will you be looking at like native, drought tolerant?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Can you just ask all your questions and then we'll ask all the questions and then come back to you. Sorry, that's my fault. Any more questions, Councilmember Watanabe? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you for the presentation. I did ask that question about the noise monitoring devices. Would you like to touch on that? Like proactively putting those are pretty cheap, like very less costly, but very beneficial to help the community basically. Hey, this noise is not coming from it. I want some comments on that.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's also about noise as well. I know that a data center over on off of Lafayette had a lot of issues with noise, and I know residents complained about that a lot, and it was a very far distance from the neighborhoods. So I know that that is a major concern, and that's kind of taking piggybacking off of what Councilmember Chahal was saying. But the other one is from the neighborhood, which I'm very surprised that out of all the notices that went out, that only so many people responded to it. When I hear it, oh, we don't want to see data centers in our backyard, and oh, the eyesore it's going to create. So the biggest thing is, I guess, that I can relay is, are you going to look at more, maybe putting in the future also more trees, or, you know, some kind of blocking, or, you know, where it kind of disturbs the view from some of the neighbors in the residential areas. I'm surprised they didn't show up to, you know, have concerns about that, but I figured I'd just relay some of those concerns and ask also if you guys are considering any kind of more treescapes in that area.
That's it for the questions.
Where do you want me to start?
Anywhere you like.
Okay. So I skipped over it, and there's, yes, it's going to be native plants. It's going to be drought-tolerant plants. If you look in detail at the plans we submitted to these, there's actually swales on both sides of it for water capture, drought-tolerant grasses, and all native California plants. It's part of what we submitted to the city. On the environmental piece, I think the best thing to do is I'm going to ask Michael Lisenby to come up. And if you could put the presentation back up, we're going to go into the appendix. I'm going to have Michael walk you through the data from the sound studies. You asked about putting up sound attenuation and sound monitoring. Whatever Rena and her team wanted to talk to us about, we're amenable to it, right? We want to be good community citizens here. This is at the end of the slides. It's after the appendix slide. Keep going. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here we go. Yep, go back up. There he is, Michael Lisenby.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Members of the council. My name is Mike Lisenby from David J. Powers and Associates. We're an environmental consulting firm based right down the street in San Jose, but we do a lot of work in Santa Clara, often preparing EIRs for the city. For this project, we did not prepare the EIR. The CEC prepared the EIR, but we assisted the applicant with preparation of the small power plant exemption application. So what you're seeing is actually data from the CEC's EIR, so I can help interpret what you're seeing. It's basically a noise propagation visual, so showing noise coming off of the data center. This is showing noise from the rooftop chillers, which actually is often the noise of concern, more so than the generators, because they run 24/7. The generators are limited to running during the daytime hours. So this is showing that noise coming off of the site is not reaching residences at any levels above 50 decibels. The high levels of noise are limited to the site due to the shielding on the rooftops. I believe there's another slide showing noise from the generators. Tim, was that included? If you scroll through, there's another similar slide showing noise from the generators, showing a similar propagation of noise, limited mostly to the property. But happy to answer any questions that are noise-related or other environmental issues.
Councilmember Hardy.
If I remember right, OSHA standards allow for 90 decibels for an 8-hour period for a workspace situation. So this is well within that, if I'm correct, if I'm remembering my numbers right.
Yes, it's within OSHA standards, and what we are mostly concerned with under CEQA is exposure to off-site properties, and especially sensitive receptors like residences. So we're looking at conformance with the city's code, as well as accepted noise standards for interiors of residences and nearby commercial uses.
Doesn't it make sense that if, once you build it, you never know where noise is going to come from or how it affects, you know, surrounding area, that you would wait to see if there was a problem before you ended up putting any monitoring up, because you may have it in the wrong spot, or you may not have any issues at all, according to your chart here.
I think Manuel alluded to, you sort of need to know where the issues are before you try to look for them. With that said, I think monitoring can provide data, whether it's useful or not, or it may be useful without you necessarily knowing it's useful until someone asks the question. So I think your question is valid. There may not be any issues with this data center. Clearly, the modeling shows there will not be any issues, but monitoring would provide data to back that up.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we are now, was that it? One more question?
About trees, you asked about trees. When we did the facade and did the design, right, given where this property sits on Bowers and the ingress and egress, right, putting really large trees on that belt, there's actually a traffic signal there and there's a turn signal there, right? And the fire department wanted clearances and turn radiuses and so on. So are we amenable to putting other trees on the property? Of course we are. But with the swales we put in and with the natural grass we put in, I think, and I'll have to check my notes. I know it's like 91 or 96 trees. The last time we had this conversation, 96. I thought we were limited to 72 or 74, just because of the ability to plant it in the ground, right? So are there other measures that we could consider? Certainly. Happy to have that conversation with staff. And on noise attenuation, to Mike's point, to Manuel's point, if it comes up and we need to do some proactive monitoring, happy to have that conversation. Many years ago when I started this project, when Coresight SV9 went through, I remember the acoustic studies, and the spike was the rush hour traffic on Central Expressway, which was much louder than anything else around it. So let's play it as it comes, but, Councilmember Shahal, I hear you loud and clear, and happy to work with staff going forward on whatever makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? Okay, I'm going to go to the public now. We have quite a few speakers. We'll start with Nelius Miller, who'd come forward, followed by Corey Quevedo and Anthony, if you'd like to queue up. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening. Just on behalf of 405 Union Carpenter, also Santa Clara resident for a little while. Well, just want to give my support on behalf of my brothers and myself for the opportunity to work on this project, and whatever you guys can do for us to get it approved quickly, we would appreciate it. Just to keep it brief, I know people have to go home. We've been working this stuff all day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Could I ask you to hold your applause, just because if there's someone that wants to speak on the other side, they'll feel uncomfortable. So thank you. Thank you. Anthony?
Corey.
Oh, Corey. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your name up there. Followed by Anthony, followed by Nels. Welcome.
Mayor Gilmore, council members. Hello, my name is Corey Quevedo, and I've been a resident of Santa Clara for over 20 years. I'm also a 35-year member of Plumbers UA Local 393. Today, I thank you for your time and leadership. Over the past decade, our city has been an icon of transformation from the square to the 49ers Stadium. With our power company, we have had the ability to provide a home and create economic development with the construction of data centers. As a union worker, I take pride in being able to build where I live. Today, I support the data center project on Bowers. It would provide me and numerous other voters in our area the ability to work where we live. I ask each one of you for your support on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony, is Anthony here? Followed by Nels, followed by Rigo. Welcome, Anthony.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I've been a member with the Carpenters for going on about 10 years now. Went through the apprenticeship program and all that to be here now as a journeyman. But I just here to support the project on the 28005 Avenue, Browers Avenue. But I just think this would be a good project for us all as a community that I've been here. I'm trying to give back to my community and just hope it gets passed.
Thank you, Anthony. Do we have Nels here? Hi, Nels, followed by Rigo, followed by Brian Parse. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, city council members, and city staff. My name is Nels Zalander. I'm a field representative of Carpenters Local 405 here in Santa Clara County. This is a new data center that has the potential to change the many lives of people who live here in Santa Clara. This project will provide many jobs for local carpenters. These jobs will give men and women a way to take care of their families. This project has given the commitment to build with a responsible general contractor that includes health care for workers and their families, pays a living wage, and utilizes apprenticeships. By utilizing apprentices that go through state-accredited apprenticeship programs, you're getting workers that are trained to do the tasks to be performed, making the project professionally done and safe. I personally think this is a great project, and let's get this approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Rigo. Yes, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, esteemed city council members. My name is Rigo Gallardo. I am a field rep for NorCal Carpenters in the South Bay, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about the 2805 Bowers Avenue data center project proposed by GI Partners. This is not just another project. It is a chance to create meaningful opportunities for men and women and minorities to embark on a rewarding career in construction industry, and it is a known escalator to the middle class. GI Partners has made a commitment to use a responsible contractor on this project, ensuring that every worker is treated with respect and dignity they deserve. You can be assured that no worker will be exploited, and that apprentices will have the chance to develop the vital job site skills needed to build a successful career. The project provides a livable wage, health care for workers and their families, paving the way for a better future. I urge you to adopt the recommendations before you and approve the 2805 Bowers Avenue project. By doing so, you are not only supporting a development that will benefit our community, but also endorsing the principles of fairness, opportunity, and growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Brian, followed by Erica, followed by Dominic. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Pors. I'm a business agent with UA Local 393, representing over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVAC/R service technicians. Tonight, I'm here to ask for your support for this project. I personally was born here in Santa Clara and currently raise a family very close by. And we also have very many members who live here and would love to work here. I get really excited thinking about what a project like this would do for our apprentices and how many of them it would put to work. So thank you very kindly for your time and attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. We have Erica, followed by Dominic, followed by Will Smith. Hi, Erica.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I am Erica Valentine from UA Local 393, Political and Communications Director, representing Santa Clara and San Benito County. We have 3,100 members in our membership. Today, I'm here to honor and ask you, thank you for the opportunity to look at this project. As I have been a part of this community for over 2 decades, I have lived here, gone to school here, worked here, and I have built here. I've built many of the data centers that exist in this community today. And what this data center is an iconic project and the opportunity for us to have a commitment to community, commitment to our residents, commitment to our workers, commitment to skilled and trained. They have made a commitment to all of us, and I'm asking you to honor that and give them the opportunity to build here because they have made that commitment to our community, which we have continued to build over the past 2 decades. So please support this project. Please support your local workers. Please support your voters so that they can live and work here. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. We have Dominic, followed by Will Smith, followed by Jeremy. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dominic Toriano, and I'm a native Santa Claran and representative of the Sheet Metal Workers Union, Local 104. And I'm here tonight to urge you to support the 2805 data center project. Many of our historically data centers have provided employment opportunities for many of our members, which helps them sustain a family-sustaining wage and provide them to keep their health care coverage and retire with dignity. For all the reasons previously stated by the applicant, this would be a much-needed shot in the arm for the local economy, and I urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Next, we have Will, and I think Will's online. Go ahead, Will, when you're ready. Hello?
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Will Smith. I'm a business agent for IBW 332, proudly representing Santa Clara County, representing over 3,500 members, many that live there in Santa Clara. GI Partners is committed to the community. they're working hand in hand with unions on this project. And they're creating pathways to the middle class. My personal story, I'm from East Side San Jose, and there's many, many other people just like me in my union that they got up, they worked hard every day, was able to have a good earning, a good living, be able to raise and support a family here in Silicon Valley, and eventually be able to achieve the American dream and have home ownership. That's what this project represents to my members and to all these construction workers that are here representing their membership. This represents a pathway to the middle class, giving minorities, giving women, giving at-risk youth, giving people opportunities that they can make a good living in the and a good middle class life without having to go to college, because college isn't necessarily the pathway for everyone. So I urge you on behalf of my membership to consider this project and pass this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Jeremy, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was just watching the presenter's presentation, and this is Jeremy Schmidt, Santa Clara POA. I just want to comment that he speaks correctly that data centers use almost zero public safety services. Once they lock their gates and turn their cameras on, we don't respond to data centers. They don't need our service, so they provide good revenue to the city and don't eat up a lot of service. So I'm just agreeing with the presenter on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
It was a wonderful presentation. I urge the council to approve it, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Was that it, Brian? Okay. I don't see any other comments. Is there anyone here? If you'd like to come forward, please come forward. You can queue up.
Short and sweet. What you gonna say?
Let's make sure we can hear you.
I am a native Santa Claran.
Welcome.
But I was just reminiscing from Buckshot Stadium, Franklin Mall, Wilson's Bakery, Town and Country Village. Yeah, I'm an old man. So representing the Carpenters as 9393 electrical union Carpenters. We got skilled men and women locally. Bottom line is, if the money's made here, it's spent here, it stays here. So hope you can see things our way. Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward, please. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Demarest, and I'm the board president of Santa Clara Schools
Margaret, can you
Foundation.
speak in the, thank
Sorry.
you. That's okay.
Good evening. My
People
name
at home can hear you.
Okay. Sorry. My name is Margaret Demarest. I'm the board president of the Santa Clara Schools Foundation. We're the nonprofit partner of the Santa Clara Unified School Districts, and I'm here to express our support for the Walsh-Bowers Data Center project. According to a letter from Michelle Healy, Director of the Facilities Planning and Development for the Santa Clara Unified School District, submitted to the Planning Commission on the March 6th meeting. The data center project has been reviewed by the Santa Clara Unified School District and confirmed to be located approximately 1/4 mile from Bracker Elementary School, positioned farther away than an existing data center. The CEQA Environmental Impact Report, the EIR, did not identify any hazardous effects to Bracker Elementary or the surrounding area, both during and after construction. The construction of the Walsh-Bowers Data Center is anticipated to increase both secured and unsecured property taxes, resulting in long-term benefits to the city of Santa Clara and to the Santa Clara Unified School District. Furthermore, the project plan includes a generous $30,000 donation to the Santa Clara Schools Foundation, which will directly support our STEAM education activities at the Santa Clara Unified School District. This contribution aligns perfectly with the mission of the Santa Clara Schools Foundation to enhance educational opportunities and resources for students within the district. Santa Clara Schools Foundation deeply appreciates this voluntary commitment to invest in STEAM education, and we believe it will positively impact hundreds of students within our district. Thank you for your consideration of this important project and for your continued support of our schools and community.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi,
Good evening. My name is Jeff Pratt. I'm here from DevCon Construction. I'm here to represent DevCon and also our owner, Gary Filzetti, who was born and raised here in Santa Clara. We've done work here for business in Santa Clara for nearly 50 years, and we're also a union contractor. We're signatory to the carpenters and the laborers, and we support all of our union trades. We think this is a great project for the community. It's good because it's a good revenue generator, and it also has a low impact on resources. And on top of that, I think it's a great looking building. As far as data centers go, I think it's a really good looking building. So we hope that you approve the project tonight, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Jeff. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Teresa O'Neill, and I'm a member of the Silicon Valley Central Chamber of Commerce, chair of the Santa Clara Business Council, but I'm here speaking in a private capacity. I think this project will be an important addition to our business community and our tax base. We need to be affirming to the business community and investors that Santa Clara welcomes new projects that are a plus for our economy. Santa Clara wants to retain and attract businesses that are cutting edge, particularly with the new focus on AI. Having a full complement of infrastructure, including data centers, helps Santa Clara keep those businesses here in Santa Clara, paying taxes, purchasing electricity from SVP, and employing our residents in good jobs. Please vote to bring in new revenue to Santa Clara and help build our business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Michael Cerrone. I'm also here on behalf of DevCon Construction. I just wanted to voice my support for this project as a lifelong Santa Clara resident, seeing the positive impacts it can have on the community revenue and what it can also do for all of our friends in the union departments or the unions of the Northern California area. I really just overall have total support for this project and hope that you guys can seek approval.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Do we have anyone online? I don't see anybody else online. Okay, City Attorney, do I close the public hearing now or after the applicant speaks?
I would wait for any rebuttal from the
Okay, thank
developer.
you.
There's
Done
not
it
much to
both ways,
rebut,
so
but
I just
yeah.
thought I'd check.
Yep, thank you, Mayor.
Tonight. Okay, thank you. So the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal. Might be an easy one for you.
Yeah. We'll try and
Any
make it.
last comments?
No, just want to say thank you to city staff for all their help. Thank you from the support from the community. I think it's hopefully a testament that we are here. We do want to talk to everybody. We do want to listen and try to work hand in hand with the community for what's best. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. City Manager, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Mayor. There were questions raised about the screening on the substation. We did not have renderings of that, but staff has confirmed that there are conditions that allow for a masonry wall screening of the substation. Admittedly, sometimes a standard masonry wall can be not that aesthetically pleasing. And so in talking to the developer, would like to propose a condition that the City Council may find amenable, and I believe the developer will find amenable as well. And that condition can read, the applicant shall work with staff to develop and install screening improvements that beautify and minimize the visual impacts of the project's electrical substation in a manner that is architecturally compatible with the data center building. And so should the City Council decide to add that condition, you can confirm with the applicant if they are supportive of that, and I think that will resolve the concern that was raised.
I would probably ask the applicant before what their thoughts are. I'd like to know that up front. Thanks.
Yes, I mean, we have spent a lot of time on the aesthetics of the building, on the landscaping, on really the beautification of this project. And, you know, as staff mentioned, the substations aren't the prettiest thing on the planet. So, yeah, the concrete walls, probably the bare minimum. We're happy to work with staff. That language is perfectly fine. We're happy to, you know, we're working really hard to make this a pretty site all the way through. So that's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, City Manager? All right, I'm just going to start because I think this is...
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I think we do need to close the public hearing now.
Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Motion second to close the public hearing. Please register your vote.
I vote yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm just going to start with comments because this is a really easy one for me. I have approved a lot of data centers in the past. I have to say that the aesthetics on this data center is really great. I love it. Some people look at buildings and think they're ugly, but I think this one's very attractive. And I think that our data centers have really improved over the years in their aesthetics. And because this one has a key location on Bowers Avenue, I think that it's important that it looks nice, and I think it really does. So I'm happy about that. Data centers have been really proven to be a very positive impact, have a positive impact for us here in the city of Santa Clara over the years. Whenever I give speeches on the economic forecast of what's going on in the city of Santa Clara, I always say that we power Silicon Valley here in Santa Clara, and I continue to say that because the data centers play a really, really important role, not just within our city borders, but far-reaching in Silicon Valley. And so I think that these centers, because they have such a low impact on our community, they're safe, there's no impact on our public safety, they're attractive buildings, they are in areas that would be industrial or light industrial areas anyway. So they're really an upgrade to the areas that they're sitting in, or in, you saw those 70s buildings that are not only underutilized, but they're just obsolete right now. So it's a good replacement. But they use our skilled local labor workforce. It's nice if you live in this area and you can drive 10 or 15 minutes to go to work, and then you're home with your family in time. I think it's great. And what I like about this developer is, and this applicant, is they see the importance of investing in the community. So it's not just coming in and building a center and walking away. It's getting involved in the community, seeing where our needs are in the community, and providing that by using our local workforce, by investing in our local school district, by getting involved, I think is really important. But what I was concerned about when this didn't pass the Planning Commission, wasn't really turned down, but it wasn't passed either, was there was quite a big brouhaha that the community was very upset with data centers. And I have to say, I've been in public office for quite a while, and I didn't feel it, I didn't hear it, and I didn't see the community opposition. I know there was some people, or there was people, creating things that didn't really exist. And so I was worried about, and I think Teresa O'Neill said it quite well, that we need to show our business community that we're still open for business in Santa Clara, and that's where we have been traditionally successful over many, many decades, is that we're a business-friendly city. We welcome business, we welcome good business in our city, but that we want to retain and support business for the future. And that is what has provided us with great, roads and parks and libraries and public safety, and all the money that goes into our general fund is because we support good business in Santa Clara, and I want to keep it that way. So I think that this is an easy yes, and I would like to ask the city attorney, can you have 4 very long recommendations and motions? Can that all be done in one motion?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to say yes.
Okay. We're getting to yes right now. Okay. All right, thank you. So, council, I'm hoping someone will make a motion, one motion, 4 items, and we can let everybody go home. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, what's funny is about a few years ago, and I'm glad you brought this up, Mayor, which is, years ago when I was on the Planning Commission, when we had the architectural review, we had a data center that came before us, and We had a very interesting conversation with the gentleman who was representing the data center. We wanted specifics on it. We wanted to make it look good. We didn't just want a square box in our neighborhood, and the developer says, yeah, well, it's not going to happen. And basically it said, well, we have the votes that say we can and can't approve this. As soon as we added some pressure about what Santa Clara wants and signature looks, sure enough, ever since then, data centers have been changing. And I'd say that was probably about 2019, 2020. And things started changing. And I gotta say that after going through all of that with architectural review, being on the planning commission, now being on the city council, that this is probably one of the best looking data centers I have seen put together. I mean, the lighting, the style, I'm glad you guys are putting the 96 trees in. Those are a lot of good factors. One thing, though, that I do have to commend on the Planning Commission, and I don't want to ridicule them or support them on their decisions, but I think it was the conversation that they were trying to create, which is, yes, we have heard, if you look at next door and some other areas in Santa Clara, there is concern about data centers. However, it's more of a long-term conversation that we as a city need to have, either between the city council, the planning commission, and also our community, as long-term plans of what we want to see our data centers be, where they should be, strategic, time and place kind of thing. So I understand those concerns from the neighborhood. I understand the concerns of, long-term solutions for the future of data centers within the city of Santa Clara. But again, this is going back to, this is a perfect location. It, may not have every single yes in the neighborhood. However, it does accommodate the look and the feel of the community. So, and I gotta say thank you to the developer as well for really working with the community and making sure you check mark all the boxes to improve not only the quality of life of our businesses, but just making sure that Santa Clara has that signature style so people could say, hey, Santa Clara did something with their data centers that other cities wouldn't. So with that, I'd like to make a motion for all 4 recommendations to approve.
Second. Okay. Sounds like we can move quickly through this. All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I absolutely love that the developer or the applicant is committed to a PLA. It provides good paying jobs, apprenticeships, healthcare. I mean, it's really great for our people that live here. Local hire, super important. For a long time, people complained about data centers. They're like, they take so much energy, they provide so much noise. And it turns out that we've now improved our climate action plan such that all new data centers have to use 100% carbon-free renewable energy. And so they're not actually impacting climate change through their operations, and data centers are growing. People are concerned about, with AI, just the total energy use and carbon impact of data centers. And I like that we now have very low water use. Used to be some data centers were once through cooling, so that's very important to me. In terms of aesthetics, I've been pushing on that for years and years since Planning Commission, and I think everyone who comes to Santa Clara just knows you're not going to get approved unless you create a nice looking building. So and the noise, our standard is 60 decibels at your property line for your house. And here we are at 55 decibels. I mean, it is far less than car noise. So I'm not concerned about the noise. And then just, the revenue for the city of Santa Clara. We make over $30 million a year to our general fund from SVP operations, and 92% of that is from commercial and industrial, like data centers and businesses. So that 92% of that 30 million is from operations like this. So it's really great for the city, and I'm not concerned about the low number of jobs created by data centers because we already have a 2.9 jobs to housing ratio. So having, all the revenue from the data center, first we get the property tax on the fixed and the servers in the building that provides lots of money to the schools. It's just a great project. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for all the presentations this evening. I don't think it can be emphasized enough the economic benefit that data centers bring to the area, and we're not just talking about the city, but the county and the state as well. All of we know well are in need of a boost, especially with the state's recent budget deficit. And these benefits include state and local revenues, including property taxes, sales taxes, and utility revenues from the company's operations, as well as taxes generated by employees. I did a little bit of research and on some of the recent data centers in Santa Clara, and on a recent project, it was estimated that over 8,000 direct construction jobs and over 9,000 additional indirect and induced jobs could be created statewide. And in some cases, these are the kinds of long-term jobs that workers can retire from. And coming from a union family, my father was a member of Carpenters Union 608 in New York City. I know very well where that comes from. And aside from all of that, the data center can generate new one-tiered and ongoing tax revenues to the city, county, and other local taxing districts. And again, going back to this particular project, it's estimated that the sales and property taxes are estimated at $128 million to the city, $72 million to the county, and $371 million to schools and other special districts like community colleges over the next 17 years. And that doesn't include an additional $618 million in sales tax revenues going to the state during that time period. And again, this is going to benefit the state. And then not leaving out our municipal utility revenues that are contingent on the available capacity, but utility revenues are estimated at $1.6 billion over the next 17 years, going back to this particular project. So again, you can't emphasize enough the importance of the revenue that is generated from these projects. And at a time when Santa Clara is at a lot of crossroads, we're looking at an infrastructure bond, just a lot of growth in our city. This is a great opportunity to help achieve those goals and keep our city on the right track, and also provide those important jobs, that are going to keep our working families employed. So thank you, Mayor, and I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to commend the applicant because you have been very flexible and listened to the community. Proactively, I think you signed the PLA labor agreement, and that's a testament of their testimony over here. And it helps the local community, and it helps the whole generation of workers who will be working on this data center, and many more to come, basically, if we build more. Your flexibility, and this is the first, I think the first of the unique data centers in a way, aesthetically, architecturally, you listen, and if somebody goes there without knowing that this is a data center, they will not say this is a data center from Bowers, basically. So great improvement, and I know we are trying to make even our parking structures more aesthetically nice, and there's one on Santa Maus opposite NVIDIA, which is turned out to be better one than the previous, just the structure of parking lot. So I commend your architecture on that. And on top of that, you are agreed to make some changes to the substation, and that's good on that. One thing with data centers are bringing a benefit to the community is traffic minimization. Like you mentioned, 10 to 15 people will be working at a time. Bare minimal traffic. Traffic is one of the issues which residents complain about. And data centers, despite bringing so much revenue, so much property tax, and to the community, to the general fund, basically, and SVP revenue, and the traffic mitigation part of it is really, really good on that. 100% carbon-free, that's another Councilmember Jane's pet project, basically climate action, and we love that it will be 100% carbon-free for that matter. Public safety cost, again, it was emphasized by testimony too, and that's you know, we spend quite a bit of amount on public safety of our general fund. One of the major chunk of the general fund goes to public safety. And we look at from that perspective, the minimal spending of public safety dollars to maintain or provide the services to you, that's a big one. Like, it not only helps it this year, next year, but it helps continuously for the year of the life of the data center, basically. And don't get me wrong, like we had those noise issues in the community, and when it comes to public sector to spend some money to find these things, we spend tons of money, and we spent tons of money on that. And that's the reason I was asking proactively, because noise monitors right now are not costly. If you implement those, and that can reduce your headache also. If the resident complain, you have every right to show them, hey, this is not coming from our site, actually. So that's in your benefit, as well as us representing the community will be very forthright, hey, here is it. So I would ask the maker of the motion if we can include the noise monitoring on condition P8, basically. That would help us out down the line for the long-term benefit of the community.
I don't think that's necessary at this point until it's built and there's noise.
Oh, yeah.
As the city, as the director of electric utility said, that wait till there is noise, and where is it coming from?
So we spent, I don't know how much money we spent, more than $50,000, $60,000 probably to find out where the noise. Madam, let me complete, please. We spent that money, and we spent that money, and we were not able to find the cause, and ultimately the other data center did agree, okay, we will do it. And this is a minimal cost. If it is a big cost to the data center, I will agree to that, like it's a big cost. And I'm not asking them to put monitoring right now. If the project is to be implemented in 2028, that's the time. By that time, probably you will have a much better noise monitoring, and this cell phone can do the job, basically.
Okay, they can put their cell phones on the building and monitor the noise.
You're taking it the wrong direction. You're taking it wrong direction.
The reason I'm saying this, excuse me, the reason I'm saying this is because we don't know where the noise will be coming. If there's a problem, there's no evidence that says that the noise is close enough to the residential area. You wanted to put noise monitoring and have our staff, have them do a report every 30 days.
No, I'm not asking that.
Well, that's what
Staff
you did
has clarified. Staff has clarified we don't now need a report after every 30 days. Only in case, because the residents are pretty close to your data center, basically. Only in case resident complain, then you should be able, forthright, you will be able to say, hey, it's not coming from my data center, my operations, basically. I did say that we want a report, but staff mentioned we don't want to. I'm agreeable to that. We don't want to, basically. So that's my point. And we did spend a lot of money on that noise monitoring, checking that, and a lot of residents were raising quality of life issues for that particular noise thing.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what Councilmember Chahal is saying, and I think that it's true. There isn't much you can do about noise, even monitoring, because you don't know where it's coming from until it's built. But I mean, I would like to see something, a clause that says that we'll get a report about noise after the project is built, and we'll have an opportunity at that time, but official, something that's written down that says we will take a look at this. Or, even before a report is generated, if there's sometime after the project is built, if there's a residential complaint, I would like there to be something that says we will, at that time, talk to the developer, talk to the data center, the people who run the data center to monitor the noise. So I think that's a reasonable request. That said, I wish. I see all the union workers here, and I'm thank you very much for coming. I think that, you spend a lot of time waiting. You speak for a very short time, but I think seeing you here and seeing the support from the unions is it's a very important thing. I think it does affect the way that we think about things, and it's really nice to hear that there's support. I mean, we get a lot of letters, usually for complaints, but it's nice to hear some positive things and to see the people that are making the request. So thank you very much for coming. I mean, with respect to noise, some things that you don't really think is a problem when you're just visiting or you're looking at a site does become problematic if you're trying to sleep with that every single night. So I want to make very clear that even if it is not very loud, it doesn't have to be very loud if it's constant. That said, I'm willing to see what will happen with this project. I know that in the past, we've had complaints, and the complaints, I believe, were with the Vantage data centers, which use an older technology, I believe. I think they have older, a lot of older equipment. And this project, I also talked to Tim and Joe. We'll use newer technology, which will be much quieter. Not only will it be quieter, it's also further away from the Vantage data centers, which I think will make some impact. That said, I did also look at the Planning Commission meeting, and a lot of the comments that I heard were about, well, like, why do we have more data centers here? And I can't help thinking that there is some correlation between data centers coming to Santa Clara and the fact that we have our own power utility with a very good cost infrastructure for people who use lots of power. That said, I'm not against it. I just wish that there were a way to leverage the big power users to, to lower the costs for residents, for some of those people. But again, just a wish, desire. I believe in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, so I can believe in this. And I'd really like to see uses of land that bring in more jobs. But that said, I think that this uses very few resources. And when we talked about the public safety impacts, I like the reduced traffic that the data center would bring to that area. We'd had some discussions about putting an oasis, I call it a kind of an oasis for people who are taking bikes or walking. I mean, it is kind of an intersection to go to the retail area on Augustine. Even for people going to NVIDIA, I see a lot of bicyclists going that way. Costco to the west. And I just, we had a discussion, small discussion. I'd like to see an area. Maybe it has trees, maybe it has seating areas, maybe it has a, bicycle repair station, maybe it has, I don't know, swings in a playground, not really, but I mean, it was just trying to think of ways to make people who are passing by appreciative of what's there. I also miss the art aspect. I mean, I do acknowledge the aesthetics. The aesthetics looks pretty good for what it is. I mean, it's very tall for 4 stories, but it's very good for what it is. That said, I was kind of hoping that you would come back with talk with the Triton Museum, some of the people there, about maybe putting artwork on one of the sides so that rather than just be something that looks nice, it would be a source of pride for people, for students, for artists that come in and say, hey, see that mural on one of the sides? That's us. That's my mural. That's our mural. It's not just a data center. It's a great place to showcase what local artists do. It's not too late to do something like that, but I'm just saying we had that discussion early. It's not something that I'm just bringing up. And it's actually not that hard for me to be supportive of this project. I mean, to be honest, I wish that the mayor and the other people were more supportive of local jobs for all the projects in the city, including some of the largest projects,
That's out of hand.
which have yet to be made, so stay tuned. Okay, but I mean, it's something that I think we should think about, which is this project, which sets a standard. We should really consider these kinds of things for every project in the city. That way, we're not just having one-offs. That way, you don't have to come to every single meeting. You're assured that we are thinking about you at every step. You don't have to continually tell us, right? That's what I feel. We've had a number of discussions. I know, I mean, I find problems with everything, but in this case, I do feel that, at least Tim is trying to be honest with me on this project. I think that they've tried to bend over backwards to resolve, to try to meet every request That said, there are still going to be problems that you can't address. And some of these problems that you can't address are, well, we have a lot of data centers. I mean, that's kind of a fact. You know, we've got our own utility. That's a fact. There's a lot of things that aren't going to be changed. Things create noise, but I think that if you put any building there, there'd be some noise, there'd be increased noise. And in this case, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that what we put there has a good mix of revenue to the city, usefulness to customers, jobs for local workers. I mean, that's a big thing. And in this case, I do think that the developer will continue to work with the city and with all the people involved in this project to address any issues that come up. And I understand the issues of noise. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Would like to have a checkpoint, so when we get there, we can talk about it again. But I'm supportive of this project. Thank you.
Before, I have council members, 2 more hands up. I don't want to go through round 2 of this again. Can I ask the developer, or applicant, I don't want to put you on the spot. Do you have any thoughts on the noise monitoring thing? I think if we could fix this very minor issue, we might be able to move on.
Yes. I will say that we are fully ready to be compliant with the city's noise ordinance. It's hard to come up with an exact way to do that tonight, but knowing that we have to comply with that regardless of what happens, we are certainly open to continuing the conversation with the city and the staff to come to a solution that shows that our building is in compliance with the noise ordinance. I'm not sure how much that helps, but you can rest assured we will have to comply with the ordinances, and that we are open to working with the city in some capacity to prove that we actually are in compliance.
City manager, is that good enough?
Yes, I think that's sufficient. Also, I'd be concerned about requiring noise monitoring equipment for every complaint, or even just receiving one complaint. We have a code enforcement process, and there's a process through that to ensure compliance with the ordinance. And if there is in fact a violation, there's a process to recover city costs.
All right, thank you. Now I have 3 hands up again. Thank you very much, appreciate that. We're not going through round 2 again. Is there something, Vice Mayor, that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I did want to include, but
In addition to,
first
that hasn't
off,
been said.
Yeah, first off, I don't think it's fair to a lot of the council members here that you're trying to rush a lot of us to get our comments out. But again, my comment is that I wanted to include the language that City Manager Grogan has said about the screening around the substation. If that language would be appropriate, I'd like to include that language into the motion.
Did we need to do that, City Manager?
If you would like to consider that as a condition, I think the applicant has said that they're okay with that.
Yeah, I thought they said they were okay.
And the city clerk has that information and can include that.
Thank you.
Thank
It is
you.
a seconder, I approve.
Councilmember Jane, your light's on?
A comment. So it turns out we have a number of data centers. They all get approved at 99 megawatts, and they don't use 99 megawatts. A lot of them use 60 megawatts. And so this data center is actually going to ramp in power. So as it ramps in power, they're going to turn on more chillers. So it's actually unclear when the noise monitoring should actually occur, because the day one, they're only going to be using a very small amount of power. So I think the wording that they will comply with noise monitoring at the boundary of the projects and make sure that they don't exceed, 60 decibels or 55 decibels is adequate to me.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, and again, my request was just that after it's built, and now with Councilmember Jane's additional information, which is the noise will change as the power ramps up, the power usage ramps up, just to get reports so we can see what's there. I mean, I don't think there's a requirement for monitoring, but I just want something that the residents can use, and this council as well, to show that we are being compliant. I feel like this would be a lot easier than to hear complaint and complaint and complaint. And if there is a problem, well, it would be a very visible way and a very public way to say we're addressing it. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, when you're ready. Please register your vote.
I vote yes.
And that passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you for coming. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Till 10 o'clock.
Again, how do you get your name?
Thank you for coming. Thanks for staying late. Item on the agenda, which is item number 6, Summer 2024 Informational Report on Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup 2026 update. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and for this item, you're also sitting as the board of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'm here for our presentation to provide the council boards as well as the community with an informational report on preparations for Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup, both scheduled to occur at Levi Stadium in 2026. There are a number of presenters for today's presentation. You will have myself. You will also have Chuck Baker, the Assistant City Manager, who also spends quite a bit of his time working on Stadium Authority issues. Next, we will have a brief presentation from David Flam, our Emergency Services Officer, who will discuss preparations related to emergency preparedness, both things that are important to our normal course of business, as well as things specifically related to Super Bowl and FIFA. Then we will have a presentation by Richard Fitting, a captain within the Santa Clara Police Department, he will provide information on police preparations and a number of events and trainings that they have attended since our last update, as well as you will have a overview from Elysia Knight, who's our development project manager, on capital improvement projects related to the two events that we're talking about, primarily FIFA World Cup. As the City Council knows, we were last before you in March for a very comprehensive update where we provided an overview of the structure for FIFA, the various parties. We will give a high-level overview of that, and we will provide a little bit background, just a quick ground setting for our conversation today. Next, we'll provide an overview of the current status and then the various presentations on emergency preparedness, public safety, and capital improvement projects that I've mentioned. And then I will return to close us out to discuss our planned work efforts and next steps and discuss the staff recommendation. And as was noted, I think a little earlier today, the recommendation is a note and file. You are not being asked to act on any final agreements. We are still actively negotiating the agreements that will come before you. And we, to not hold the punch, aim to bring those agreements before you this year. And we're really aiming to have those agreements concluded in the month of October. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Chuck Baker, our Assistant City Manager for the City and the Stadium Authority.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Board Chair, members of the Council, board members, and members of the public. Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager here. So I'm going to walk you through the major events background, and then I'll walk you through the current status. So 2 global events are anticipated to come to Levi Stadium in 2026. And so with these major events, this would become the first venue to ever host a FIFA World Cup and a Super Bowl in the same year in the world. And so here's a quick timeline of the events thus far. On February 22nd, 2022, City Council voted in favor of a resolution to support the city's bid to host one or more FIFA games. On June 16th of the same year, FIFA announced the 16 regions that will host the FIFA World Cup. Canada, which has 2 locations, Mexico 3, and then the United States at 11 locations. On May 23rd, 2023, City Council and Stadium Authority Board voted in favor of a resolution to adopt the Santa Clara City Council guiding principles for FIFA World Cup, direct the City Manager and Executive Director and City Attorney Stadium Authority Council to negotiate and execute an information sharing and event cooperation agreement. Moving on, excuse me, in May 22nd, 2023, the NFL announced that the Super Bowl is planned to be played at Levi Stadium. On September 26, 2023, city staff, will refer to as staff, and the Stadium Authority presented an informational report, our first informational report, on FIFA 26 updates. Then on February 4th, FIFA announced the match schedule for FIFA 26 at Levi Stadium. There are 6 matches. On March the 5th, 2024, staff, Stadium Authority, and the Bay Area Host Committee presented an informational report on Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup 26 updates. On this informational report, staff made 2 recommendations that were unanimously approved by City Council Stadium Authority. The first one was to note and file the informational report, and then the second is to adopt the Super Bowl 60 guiding principles. We also noted that we would be committed to providing periodic informational report updates for these events. So last time we were with you on March 5th of 2024, we presented our stakeholder structure, and we want to repeat that briefly. The key stakeholders are the Bay Area Host Committee, NFL, FIFA, Stadium Authority, City of Santa Clara, 49ers SC Stadium Company, referred to as Stadco, 49ers Stadium Manager Company, referred to as Stadium Manager, and then our regional, state, and federal government partners. So here's a quick overview. Let's double click on FIFA World Cup. So on June 16th of 2022, FIFA announced the 16 regions that will host matches for the World Cup. A total of 104 games will be played by 48 teams across the 16 host cities in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. This is the first time the tournament has expanded since 1998, with the number of games increasing from 64 to 104, and the tournament lasting 39 days instead of 32. So the majority of the matches will be played in 3 regional zones to reduce travel for the teams, and 103 of the 104 matches will give teams 3 days of rest. Here are some of the host cities listed here. I won't go through the whole list, but you can see all 16 cities across the 3 countries. Here, let me click through this real quick, a little animation. Okay. So here, notice that it wasn't until February of 2024 that FIFA announced the match schedule. And at this point, we finally knew how many games and when we would be having them. That's when we really began to understand the impact. So the schedule includes 5 group matches, a knockout round of 32, a round of 16, and then the final. On the left, you can see the match schedule at Levi's. We are looking at 5 group match games and then 1 knockout match over a 19-day period. And so here's essentially the schedule, and you can see that the teams that are assigned to Levi Stadium are still to be determined. We just know that there's 5 matches. Each matchup will be evaluated for public safety risk. So this is all we know at this time, but it's important that, and we're excited, that this is a fairly compressed schedule. It helps us from an execution standpoint and from a deployment standpoint, because the more compressed the schedule, the less the opportunity cost calculation, and we're still working out which contours are and where they are and the ability to host the events. So it's good that we have a compressed schedule over 19 days. Let's switch to Super Bowl 60. The Super Bowl is the annual championship game of the NFL. It serves as the final game of every NFL season and is generally played on the 2nd Sunday in February. We still have not received the exact date. I want to point out that in 2018, the Super Bowl bidding process shifted from a competitive approach to a more streamlined method. So now the NFL selects a city and presents the terms for hosting. The city can accept it or decline it. If the city declines it, the traditional bidding resumes. And so this change aims to minimize disappointment and resource waste for cities. It's important to note that Article 21 of our stadium lease between Stadium Authority and Stadco contemplates Super Bowls at the stadium. And so the terms of these exact events will be contemplated and implemented through a league event agreement. So staff's March 2024 presentation included updates on recent and current city and stadium authority work efforts. Essentially, this list here covers what we've already discussed, but I'll quickly go through them. So we had the acquisition of FIFA World Cup 26 documents. Those key documents have already been obtained. There's others that will be made available when created and identified. The initial agreements reached with negotiations ongoing for final agreements allocating event responsibilities and cost among various FIFA World Cup stakeholders. Again, this was during the March 5th presentation. We discussed required public infrastructure and resources and had presentations as such. We discussed additional personnel in a special operations division within PD. We discussed the stadium capital project oversight. And we discussed information that we obtained from participation in the programs at this year's Super Bowl. And then we also discussed conferences and meetings with shareholders. And so significant work was really done to acquire these documents and get negotiations started. So that covers the background that got us to here. So now let's talk about the current status. So again, we'll start with FIFA World Cup. So the City and Stadium Authority are in ongoing talks with the Bay Area Host Committee, the Niners entities, and FIFA to determine how costs and benefits for the 2026 FIFA World Cup will be shared. I'm happy to report that we've made significant progress in our negotiations, and we have signed an interim funding agreement with the Bay Area Host Committee. Through this agreement, Bay Area Host Committee has agreed to cover the city's event planning cost, and I'll articulate the terms in the upcoming slides. More detailed agreements, such as the assignment and assumption agreement, are being negotiated. We are also negotiating the league event agreement for Super Bowl 60. The city manager will discuss the status of these negotiations later in the presentation. So this slide and the next slide outline the terms of the interim funding agreement. So the effective date and duration is July 1, 2024, the effective date. And the duration is, unless it's extended, it terminates on the earlier of December 31st, 2024, or upon the execution of the assignment and assumption agreement. The purpose of the interim funding agreement is that it covers the reimbursement of Bay Area Host Committee of city costs related to FIFA 26 planning until full assignment and assumption agreement is negotiated. The interim trial period gets the city reimbursed and gives parties the opportunity to identify and resolve issues. So this is sort of a pilot so that we can codify our costs, our staff time, and other costs, submit those invoices, so that will drive any new information into the final assignment and assumption agreement. The financial limit for this agreement is that it covers the first $150,000 of expenses with an amendment required to increase parties to meet and confer and $125,000 to discuss terms for that increase. It's important to note that we submitted an estimate that came to just around $142,000 for our planning costs. So that's how we're able to get to $150,000, and that would cover through the end of the year. Regarding budget and reporting, the city developed an initial estimated cost allocation, which I just described, and it's included in Exhibit A, which is attached to the report. And then the city will track actual costs. So this is an estimate that we submitted. The actual costs will be tracked. We'll provide written expenditure reports to Bay Area Host Committee and summaries related to the activities. This is a limited time arrangement. This ensures that city costs are covered while finalizing the assignment and assumption agreement. The reimbursement covers is as follows. Bay Area Host Committee reimburses city for expenses related to event planning work. Eligible costs include police, fire, public works, staffing, and other planning costs, such as equipment and training. So one important topic that is top of mind for all the stakeholders, including, of course, the public, is ensuring that we adequately track staff time and have a reimbursement model. So this slide explains how we tracked staff time prior to the interim funding agreement of July 1, or the look-back period. This also summarizes the approximate hours and total costs broken out for each major event. So the time frame is from May 22nd, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, which is the look-back period. Recall that May 22nd, 2023 is the date that the FIFA World Cup guiding principles were adopted. And so the total staff hours and costs are in this middle bucket. The total hours for both Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup during the look-back period were 1,000, this is approximate, 1,327 hours. costing, including benefits, $328,281. If we look at Super Bowl 60 activities, 743 hours, costing $187,265. If we look at FIFA, 584 approximate hours, costing $141,000. If we look inside that 328,281, we then can see the non-SCSA, and I'll explain what that means, budgeted staff hours and cost. So this is inside the 328. We looked further and saw that the non-Stadium Authority budgeted staff hours and cost are 590 approximate hours, costing $148,930, of which 485 are attributed to Super Bowl for a total of $124,000, and 106 would be attributed to FIFA World Cup, totaling $24,845. So the non-SCSA budget, what does that mean? Essentially, we looked at the total staff and we subtracted out staffers that are already budgeted into Stadium Authority, such as myself, city manager, city attorney, and other staffers. We pulled those costs out, and these are the non-SCSA budgeted staff hours that sit outside that. And so on the final column, you can see the cost reimbursement model. And so the city and Stadium Authority are in negotiations with Barry Host Committee, as city manager explained earlier, to determine available funding sources for these costs. The amounts that are not funded by Barry Host Committee, if any, or state or other sources, would be reimbursed by the Stadium Authority. So now let's shift our focus to tracking staff hours from July 1, 2024 and onward through the end of the major events. So we took a comprehensive approach to time tracking. First, we reviewed and updated the City Manager's Directive, CMD 136, which outlines staff's timekeeping responsibilities and citywide reimbursement procedures. It ensures accurate reporting of city services provided to the San Francisco 49ers entities, the Stadium Authority, and Levi Stadium support. The update provides additional clarification on city services that should be tracked and reported. It was important to update this memo, which hadn't been updated since 2016. It delineates direct stadium event costs as it relates to public safety from administrative and management time, and I'll repeat that. It delineates direct stadium event costs, the ones that happen up to the event, during the event, right after the event, from administrative and management time, that's general planning time. This is an important document to ensure compliance with Measure J, which prohibits the use of city funds for Stadium Authority costs, including operating and maintenance expenses. All right, in addition to updating the CMD, we developed a comprehensive, streamlined approach to timekeeping while minimizing administrative overhead. We wanted to make sure that we weren't spending additional time just on the timekeeping itself. And so time codes were assigned by department with an emphasis on existing timekeeping activities. A total of 49 specific time codes were developed. Meeting agenda templates, which you can see to the right, offer a simple tool for departments to use to help them accurately track time. So what happens is a week or two goes by, you have to go back and find out how you're going to track your time. With this template, you can easily go back to the meeting agendas and you can see that there's been pre-codified payroll codes. There's hours per department to make it easy to track the time. And so we also drafted comprehensive descriptions per task to take out the guesswork when coding your time to a task. And our invoicing process is to send these out for reimbursement on a monthly basis. All right, so that concludes my presentation. Now I'd like to introduce our next presenter.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for having me back up to speak on the emergency preparedness actions for Super Bowl and World Cup. As City Manager Javon mentioned, a lot of the actions that we do are part of our regular day-to-day operations and work for the city that benefits the city. So in trying to find the right items to highlight, I picked the ones that are most resonant to to have benefits for Super Bowl World Cup events. At the top there was a briefing to the Emergency Operational Area Council, which Councilmember Watanabe sits on, as well as Chief Torres. And I just give a briefing on, with Director Reed, who was here earlier, on the emergency planning for the World Cup and Super Bowl. Attended the National Homeland Security Conference, specifically exchanging best practices on Homeland Security measures at the municipal level. And there was also some FIFA meetings there that we attended and reported out with all the other host city representatives from Law, Fire, and Emergency Management. That was funded with the Urban Area Security Initiative grant, travel and lodging. We had a kickoff meeting at the county that was initiated by Director Reed at the county's Office of Emergency Management. That was with all of our regional emergency management partners at all the regional emergency management offices in all the various cities in the county, as well as the San Francisco Department of Emergency Management, PG&E, the National Weather Service, and the Water District. And we did a emergency management specific focused planning meeting around our emergency management activities in preparation for Super Bowl World Cup. Also attended a Department of Homeland Security Emergency Communications Symposium, and that was focused around emergency communications related to FIFA World Cup specifically for all the host cities in planning how we were going to do radio communications, coordination communications, and cybersecurity amongst best practices amongst all the host cities. And that also was funded by Department of Homeland Security for travel and lodging. Sorry, I missed that top one was the one I just spoke to. Let me take a step back here. That bottom bullet there is a collaboration with Department of Homeland Security's Critical Infrastructure Security Agency on a critical infrastructure assessment for the city, and DHS is performing this at all of the host cities that are hosting World Cup games. So we're already working with Department of Homeland Security as they're already beginning those assessments. And we're directing them to the right agencies within the city to begin those assessments of our critical infrastructure. As mentioned, the Communications Symposium was attended, and then we also hosted a city cybersecurity tabletop exercise, and that was brought in by Department of Homeland Security, and they put on the event for us. They helped us coordinate the scenario and the after action report, and all of our city departments represented by senior leadership. And we walked away with a lot of great takeaways and areas for improvement to improve our cybersecurity posture for our office, the various city departments, as well as our city IT department. And that's all I've got. And I will welcome up Captain Richard Fitting.
Thank you, David. Greetings, Madam Mayor, members of council, board, city staff, and those watching from our community. I've been before you several times before, but my role, responsibility, information for those not familiar, I oversee our Special Operations Division. Our team conducts special event assessments and/or develops public safety deployments for special events within the entire city throughout the year to include major events at Levi's Stadium. I'll jump right into our updates that we wanted to provide this evening. I previously described a committee and subcommittee structure to cover various public safety focus areas for our major events in 2026. We have identified our working leads for those committees, and we hosted an internal kickoff meeting for our police department leads. The next reference point, let me go back one step. In addition, we've identified 2 police department staff members, and I know this was mentioned before, that will be temporarily assigned to special operations with a focus on our major events in 2026. The next line item there of regional partnerships, FIFA's vision for, let's say, their subcommittee structure, or their working groups, is in alignment with many of our subcommittees and the needs that we have. However, ours is specific to what is needed for the city of Santa Clara, and some of our buckets are in addition to FIFA's. We've worked closely with the Bay Area Host Committee to identify the necessary leads, not only for the city of Santa Clara, but for the region. And we've collaborated with numerous public safety partners along the way since March 5th. From a resource and training identification standpoint, we've identified equipment needs. We've reviewed our Super Bowl 50 after action reports to see the deficits or what could have led to improvements there from a resource, staffing, equipment standpoint. Some of the items you've already seen, and some of these, frankly, benefit our day-to-day course of business. So in the spring, you saw our side-by-side acquisition for purchasing new all-terrain vehicles. We need those for major events every time there is one, but this planning and readiness just has us prepared for our major events in 2026 to ensure we're acquiring this in a timely manner. You will see additional requests and authorization sought to come forward in the future. We've also identified various training needs and have initial sessions scheduled. Now, many of these are similar to the equipment I described, benefit our day-to-day operations and our public safety plans for Levi's Stadium. As an example, we have a tabletop exercise tomorrow, and while it will benefit our major 2026 events, again, it benefits our events every day. In April, we joined many of our working partners to have a tabletop review of potentially what our footprint will look like for Super Bowl 60. This was really an NFL-based meeting. That was a positive collaborative process to outline possibilities because our footprint may not look like it did in 2016. We've also attended the listed conferences there, whether it was the annual NFL Safety and Security Conference, our annual Human Trafficking Conference, or our annual National Center for Sports Safety and Security Conference. In similar vein, we would attend these conferences typically on an annual basis, but certainly when we're at these conferences now, we can have those collaborative conversations with our partners and with the other venues, the other 10 domestic venues that will be hosting some of the FIFA events in particular. So that's why they're listed here. Next up, Alicia Knight.
Good evening, members of the Stadium Authority Board, members of the public, and staff. My name is Alicia Knight, and I'm the Development Project Manager for City of Santa Clara, but I also support the Stadium Authority with the capital improvement projects. As identified back in the March update, there are currently no known specific stadium requirements or improvements needed for Super Bowl 60. And there's currently one significant capital project required for FIFA in preparation of the 2026 events. This modification is known as the bowl pitch modification, which I'll walk you through in the next few slides. Referencing the interior bowl photo on the right-hand side of the slide, the modifications that need to be made to accommodate the required field of play for the FIFA World Cup 2026 are outlined here. The red rectangle represents the current field of play dimensions as required for the NFL events, while the green rectangle represents the field of play dimensions required for FIFA. As you can see, the required field of play dimensions required by FIFA are directly impacted by the four corners of the lower precast bowl. Additionally, not depicted here is the required path of travel or circulation, which sits outside the field of play to accommodate equipment, personnel, such as operations staff, security, photographers, technical support, player benches, warm-ups, and they'll all sit behind a barricade of LED field lights, or excuse me, LED ribbon boards. My apologies. I want to draw your attention to this next slide here. And what you see here are the accommodations that are required for compliance modifications, which are temporary changes to the seating bowl, which are needed to be made to accommodate the four corners of the lower inner bowl at the level 100 sections. They're shown here in quadrants A, B, C, and D. As identified in the slide, the four quadrant areas will require 3 rows of general seating to be demolished and replaced with a demountable structure. This is specific for the 2026 FIFA World Cup matches. The proposed demountable structure is a steel structure that quickly restores the seating bowl back to the original configuration once the cup matches are complete, while allowing for flexibility for other future turf events that may need to be adjusted to accommodate the pitch of the bowl as well. So as you see here in these slides, these are detailed blow-ups of the concrete seating sections of the lower bowl. On the right-hand side, you see, on the lower left-hand quadrant, this slide shows that how the bowl is currently designed. This area is shaded in red and will be demolished and replaced with a demountable steel structure as shown, highlighted on the right-hand side of the slide in the green box. These proposed designs preserve the existing look and feel of the bowl, ensuring minimal aesthetic impacts. Permits for the proposed designs have been submitted and currently are in review for compliance with local regulations, codes, and standards with city staff and stadium authority in an effort to mitigate any potential impacts during the non-NFL event seasons. These modifications will require approximately 4,300 square foot of renovation. Once approved, construction is planned for late January 2025, and all costs associated with the project will be reimbursed by Bay Area Host Committee. I'll now pass it on to Javon Grogan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, council and public. I am back up to conclude the presentation with a few more items. So next, I want to talk about the next areas of planned work. I want to thank Chuck Baker, Alicia Knight, Richard Fitting, and David Flam for their presentations and their work. So next up, really what we're focusing on is concluding negotiations for FIFA World Cup, the assignment and assumption agreement, as well as other relevant agreements. And with regard to Super Bowl 60, completing negotiations for the league event agreement, as well as other relevant documents, presenting those to the public with a note with enough time for public review, as well as to the council and board for action, and our target is within the month of October 24. I know that many of us would have liked these agreements done before. I think it's worth recapping that we spent much of 23. I started in May of 23, and at that time the city was still struggling to get the necessary documents that they needed. We received those documents in late 23, and we really began negotiating in earnest at the beginning of this year. And specific to FIFA World Cup, in February of this year is when we received the match schedule, which really provided the necessary information for the impact on the stadium. And so absolutely, we are working very diligently to bring these agreements before you and the public for action. And again, we're targeting November 24. Continuing other planned efforts, we've talked about the public safety services and emergency planning efforts. And many of those, what we're noticing is that there are annual conferences that we go to just for our normal course of business. And many of those annual conferences, because a number of the Northern California cities are there, are tacking on a meeting or a few meetings with regard to FIFA World Cup. I attended a U.S. Conference of Mayors meeting with Mayor Gilmore in January, and very similar, an annual meeting where, because so many people were gathered, meetings around FIFA were tacked onto that. We'll continue with the stadium capital improvement project oversight specific to FIFA 2026. And as noted by Alicia, permits have been submitted. They're currently under review, and all appropriate fees and costs will be paid by the Bay Area Host Committee. And we will launch community partnerships and outreach efforts. So next, while we are actively negotiating, I do think that it's important that we talk a little bit about what we're negotiating. We'll not go into detail because it's important to protect the confidentiality of those negotiations and not unduly reveal any of our positions, but I do believe that it's important for transparency for us to have a brief conversation here tonight about that.
So we are negotiating the assignment and assumption agreement for FIFA World Cup. Really, the premise is that the Bay Area Host Committee would assume all of the stadium obligations under the FIFA Stadium Agreement in consideration for the rents received that would be paid by FIFA. The Bay Area Host would also assume all obligations to reimburse the city for public safety costs. As Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker mentioned, we have, over the last several months, undertaken a detailed process to obtain estimates from the various departments because it's important for us to do that work to know what the projected costs are. And so the projected public safety planning costs are just over $3.1 million, and the projected public safety direct event costs are just over $8 million, so $8.4 million. That information is needed because we need to know the full projected impact. And so that's a total of just over $11.5 million. However, it's important to note that we are not negotiating for a specific dollar amount. We're negotiating the terms and conditions that and the process for reimbursement. But these costs may very well fluctuate. They may very well fluctuate as additional information is known about what specific events or teams will play at Levi Stadium and other public safety items. Key terms under negotiation include the process for invoicing and receiving timely reimbursement, the terms for reimbursement for necessary public safety equipment, financial assurances that the cost reimbursements will be available when needed. And so one of the key points there is that the Bay Area Host Committee is a nonprofit organization that is raising money, and we want to make sure that there's sufficient assurances that on the back end that there is enough money to pay those final invoices. And so we're discussing that in various mechanisms to provide that insurance, and we'll certainly present that to the board at the conclusion of that. We're also discussing cooperative efforts to pursue both federal and state funding for the event and how that process will work. We're also discussing implementation of required field improvements to be reimbursed by the host committee, as we've discussed. We're also discussing the amount and available uses for the facility ticket, or what we call the surcharge, that would be collected and paid to the Stadium Authority. We're discussing the definition and terms for financial offset, or what we call the opportunity cost that is created by the displacement of potential money-making events during the exclusive and non-exclusive period that was in the bid. We're also discussing the terms and use of the city's convention center, the accounting mechanisms and audit rights, as well as implementing agreements for the Bay Area Host Committee, called the host city, and their obligations, which they may need or seek city support. So those items are currently actively being negotiated. With regard to Super Bowl 60, again, active negotiations for the league event agreement. And the premise here is, as contemplated by Article 21 in the stadium lease, the host committee would assume all costs and obligations to host Super Bowl 60, including the obligation to reimburse the city for all planning and event costs. And that is, event costs are a cost directly preceding the event, and then post-event. And it's not public safety, it's public works or any other city department or function that may support the event. Terms and conditions actively under negotiation are the definition of services to be provided and the process for invoicing and reimbursement. Again, financial assurances that reimbursements will be made when needed and when the invoices are presented. A process for developing a security plan in accordance with NFL and city requirements. Stadium authority approval for required improvements. Term, and what we mean by that is the period covered by this agreement, and then of course specific financial and community benefits. Lastly, in our next steps, I mentioned community partnerships and outreach, and I just want to note that really we began in earnest at the end or at the beginning of 24 to negotiate the required agreements to bring them before the board. And as we do that, as we work to conclude the business end of those negotiations, it's really important that we remain concerned about the community that will be impacted by these events, both the members of our community that live close to the stadium, as well as members, as well as the greater Santa Clara community because of the magnitude of these events. Additionally, we must ensure that these events benefit the Santa Clara community. And to that end, I want to say that we have not lost focus on that. And so
we are preparing 2 new initiatives with regard to community partnership and outreach. One of them is a city manager community/stakeholder task force for FIFA World Cup 26 and Super Bowl 60. The point of the task force is to support the city manager's office with community engagement, community event planning and fundraising, as well as neighborhood impacts and communications. It's meant to be a limited term body. And as you know, the city spent quite a bit of money last time. We hosted a Super Bowl 50, approximately $2 million. I know that the full city council and the board recognizes that we don't have the funds to do that, and there's not a desire to expend those public dollars. But we can have excitement and we can have community events. But we're going to need to raise philanthropic dollars for that. And so looking to both have residents as well as business members as a part of the task force to really help inform us and help us think about ways to engage the community as well as the appropriate communications channels. Next, I want to mention the Bloomberg Harvard City Initiative, an amazing initiative that the city is a part of the 8th cohort for 24-25. And the Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative is an initiative that aims to equip mayors and senior city officials to tackle complex challenges in their cities and improve the quality of their residents. And we are part of this initiative because Mayor Gilmore applied for us to be a part of this initiative. And it is travel and support is fully covered for this initiative, and the city's representatives are Mayor Gilmore, myself, and Assistant City Manager Liz Klotz. As a part of this initiative, not only do we receive resources from Bloomberg Philanthropies and Harvard, the mayor gets to select a priority issue, and Mayor Gilmore has selected a priority issue, and that is in 2026, Santa Clara will host Super Bowl 60 as well as 6 matches as part of the FIFA Men's World Cup. As the center of what's possible, Santa Clara needs to collaborate with the community and other key stakeholders in a transparent manner that ensures that voices are heard and that the 2026 major events benefit the community to the greatest extent possible. And that's a priority that certainly I embody and fully agree with. And we will participate in this initiative and receive support from Harvard and best practices in community engagement because it is extremely important that we not only do what we've been doing, but frankly do it better than we've been doing and look at best practices. And so really excited about this initiative, and we'll be discussing that and rolling that out as the months continue. And so next steps and staff recommendation. Next steps in this presentation is for the council/board to have questions on the staff presentation. We will, of course, with the mayor presiding, take public comment, council deliberations, and then action. And again, the recommended action, as before, is to note and file this informational report. And again, we are working hard to bring you those agreements so that the public can review them and you can take action on them. And I will mention, as City Attorney Glenn Guggens mentioned earlier, that at that time, we do expect the other agreements that have been redacted to be made public. And so I know that's been a concern that was raised earlier tonight, but just wanted to reiterate that before we close tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to everyone for all the presentations. We'll start with the council questions. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. Very detailed presentation, and actually has a lot of information that I think is key for a lot of people out there. My first thing is about the Super Bowl date. I know that on slide number 10, it references that the championship game is usually played on the second Sunday in February. Just want to make sure for the clarification if we will note and file this report, that we should correct that to be that it is going to be February 8th, 2026, when the Super Bowl will be played, unless that date changes. I don't know if they have any different changes, so if you could figure that out. And then the next is on slide 18, which I am really appreciative of you putting this together and including the little star that says Measure J prohibits the use of city funds for stadium authority costs, including operating and maintenance expenses, and how you basically in black and white explain it delineates from direct stadium event costs as it relates to public safety from administrative and management time. Now, my question for that is, there's certain narratives out there that are consistent that we are not following the rules, that it's going to be staff time is not going to be accounted for, it's not going to be paid back. Well, now that I see this in black and white and seeing that there is going to be staff time and reimbursement, will these kind of things, will we have like a frequently asked questions kind of page online for people to go reference this information, because then it's actually sourced in public, so people don't have to continually believe a false narrative that might be easily debunked. The last question is, I know you talked about your, let me pull up the slide here, it was in the very end. Make sure I say it correctly because I don't want to mistake it. And it was under your 2 new initiatives about the City Manager Community Stakeholder Task Force for FIFA World Cup and the Super Bowl. My question for you is, would this maybe possibly be something in collaboration, working with the Economic and Marketing Committee? Economic Development and Marketing Committee. I know those meetings were essential in the 2016 planning for Super Bowl 50. I know former Councilmember Debbie Davis was head of that, and I know there was several meetings that included on that information. So I'm wondering if that's something that could maybe be worked with your City Manager Community Stakeholder Task Force. Because I know when those meetings were happening, it was at least 3 or 4 different bodies that were working with the Economic and Marketing Committee. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I don't know if I got this number right, but I think it was kind of odd that Director Chuck Baker said that 49 time codes were established to track time. Anyway, you know, I'm struggling with like how big a circle to draw for what expenses are going to be covered. You know, some cities have parades. You know, for Super Bowl 50, we had the Super Communities events. As City Manager described, there were $2 million. The public was promised that that money would come from sponsorships, which never materialized. And so I guess my question was, were those events covered by general fund money or by Stadium Authority money in keeping with Measure J? And, you know, it's just a matter of how wide you want to draw the circle, because I'm looking at a letter that Mayor Gilmore wrote August 31st, 2017, and in it she writes, "I am pleased to confirm that the City of Santa Clara Levi Stadium will submit a proposal to host 1 or more matches of the 2026 World Cup." So I guess, was staff time to create that agenda item? Did council vote on submitting that? Was that billed to the Stadium Authority? So I'm curious about how we define the circle for what is covered by what we count as expenses that will then be reimbursed.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. My questions mostly have to do with timeframes, so I understand it, and some impacts. So as Alicia said, late January 2025 is when the modifications would start. And I'm wondering, that's obviously right after the NFL season. I'm wondering if, she didn't quite say when it would be finished or what the completion would be. I'm wondering if it would hamper any concerts that could be scheduled for that summer, because that's become our bread and butter as to what helps us pay for our stadium. And understanding also that when you talked about bubbles, that block of time that FIFA wants to require that the stadium be theirs, does that preclude us from having any concerts later on in the summer in 2026? I wanted to understand how long that went after. And between the Super Bowl and FIFA, we have 4 months, and someone may say, well, that's a lot of time, but it isn't. So I wondered if there's any impact that way as far as the time frame. Does that completely cut off anything else going on in the stadium as far as preparations? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Assistant City Manager Baker, you mentioned an interim funding agreement that starts July 1st, 2024 and ends December of 2024. What about prior to that date? How is funding going to be taken care of? Is there some kind of an agreement in place to cover the time before that? Let me see. The capital improvement project, there was an article in several papers today regarding a $200 million, the stadium management expending $200 million for the capital improvement projects. Do we know if those projects have anything to do with what's being discussed this evening? You mentioned an LED ribbon board. What is an LED ribbon board? I've never heard that term before. Let me see. Okay. I guess one of my big concerns is, we're talking about costs and Bay Area, the host committee being responsible for reimbursing. What if there aren't enough funds? And I guess one of my concerns is hearing two different things, that we are raising money, meaning the Stadium Authority, and the Bay Area Host Committee is raising money. So how is everybody going to be raising money? Are are people going to be asking for monies from the same groups? Because it seems like that's going to cause burnout. The other questions I have to do with former city attorney Doyle saying this evening publicly that we may have violated Measure J. It's important for the city manager and city attorney to address this issue on the record. Have we violated Measure J in any way? And then Mr. Doyle also raised an issue about the opportunity cost and potential revenue that will be lost because of these events. And has city staff done an analysis of the situation? And then finally, Mr. Doyle has asked, what are the guarantees that the Bay Area Host Committee can repay the city? Basically, the same question that I just asked, because the Bay Area Host Committee is a nonprofit with no assets. So will the Bay Area Host Committee or the 49er owners be legally or financially responsible for the obligations to the city? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, whole team. I have a question about, to compare apples to apples. We held SB Super Bowl 50, and we are planning for Super Bowl 60 right now. So from process planning and reimbursement point of view, how are we different from Super Bowl 50 versus now? And do we have a history of Super Bowl 50 reimbursements? How did we get reimbursement? How much reimbursements we got actually? And I'm trying to compare to apples, like how different we are, basically. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Park?
So I'm I have a number of questions about reimbursements as well, which is, again, there are lots of events. Councilmember Jane referred to some, which are parades and parties that the city hosted. I mean, there's some marketing that we put in that I think would be good for the city and not necessarily just for the purposes of giving money to Super Bowl events or FIFA, but I think that there is marketing to be had that would be good for city. And are those, will those be considered for reimbursement? Are those considered under Measure J? I mean, it's one of the reasons why, as Vice Mayor Becker suggested, maybe we should have an economics and marketing meeting to discuss these kinds of things. I know that for Super Bowl 50, we had a number of events. We couldn't actually use NFL terms for the event, so we had to come up with our own terms, and we did have our own events. And then I looked at the staff times. I think that the listed on slide 17. I want to know, are the staff times spent on FIFA tracked at a lower rate than that of Super Bowl 50, Super Bowl 60? I'm just noticing that it's a slightly lower, if you do the math, the rates are slightly lower, and I just want to know if that's intentional or if we have to do more planning, we do more things for Super Bowl 60, which would cause us to track the staff time at a higher rate versus that of FIFA. I'm just kind of curious about that. I mean, I would like to have the city, I would like residents, whether they have tickets or not, to have a good time at these events. And I would like to know what we can do for the residents that would be us spending money for the city, for the residents, and not necessarily for the benefit just of the stadium. I think that there are some things that we could do that we could justify as for residents. I also want to be absolutely sure and confident that if we're going to this Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative, we're going to do these things, that any representative of the city is as positive as possible in the center of what's possible about the events, about Super Bowl 60 and about FIFA World Cup 2026, so that we can make these events as successful as possible. And then we've prepared for their success so that the city can get as much of the benefit from these events as possible. I also know that there will be several venues just outside of the stadium that may not be ready for FIFA or for World Cup 2026. And I want to know if we have any thoughts working with the developer to make those areas a little bit nicer, a little bit more crowd-friendly for the crowds that will be there. I mean, it's really bad, I think a bad look for the city to have the stadium right across from a development site that hasn't broken ground, and a golf course that's been closed for years with somewhat dilapidated buildings in front. It would be nice if we had something there that looked a little bit more appealing, so that when viewers come to see the events and then they go, hopefully inevitably, to the places that are built on the north side, that they will have a nice walkway, a nice experience to get there. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a list of questions based on the report. The first one is for the city attorney. Based on Brian Doyle's request, and his concerns, which are the concerns that I've had regarding the agreements that have been signed by one party for two entities. My question to the city attorney is, can you assure the public that there are no legal issues that jeopardize these events or the city's interest? Because I am still concerned about that. So I'd like that question answered. Secondly, I've asked for the Bay Area Host Committee's update on their fundraising. I was told I wasn't able to get that. I was hoping they'd be here tonight, but they probably knew I was going to ask that question. So how do we know that they will be able to reimburse the city as required by law? They need to reimburse us. And Are we going to require, it sounds like the agreements going forward may be reimbursement agreements like the one you have on the agenda tonight that you've already signed. Is there going to be some sort of collateral required? I know that when we have agreements with developers, we require them to put the money up front before the city does any work. So are we going to require, upfront money, some kind of performance bond, some kind of personal guarantee, some kind of letter of credit? Like what are we going to require of them, knowing that they're a nonprofit entity that has no assets? So we would, I imagine, be responsible by requiring something because they're like a shell company. So my next question is, I see that the city manager developed this directive recently, the city manager directive on how to bill for these two events. But we've been doing work for over 18 months. So what kind of direction was given to our city staff back in May of '23 on how to bill? And whether or not those payments were, how they billed, were they split between the different events? Because the different events have different significance as to who pays us back. My next question is, who determined the $150,000 cap on the reimbursement agreement? Considering that this council gave in our guidelines, our guiding principles, we said that all event costs to be repaid, all event costs. So this $150,000 cap, it doesn't even cover all the costs, and I'm sure would be eaten up very, very quickly. So where did that number come from? Next question I have is, so staff said in the report that the city will be responsible for the bowl modification to be then reimbursed. So my question is, it's a significant amount of work on the Stadium Authority. How much is that bowl modification going to cost? And what are we going to require in terms of the Bay Area Host Committee paying for those costs? I went back and listened to the March 5th meeting where the city manager said any modifications to the stadium, the Bay Area Host Committee will be paying for. And then Zaylene got up and actually said, well, that's something we're going to negotiate in the assignment and assumption agreement. So has that been negotiated? I want to make sure no work starts until we have some kind of guarantee that that's going to be paid for. It has to be a guarantee. And I want to know what that's going to cost. No one has mentioned that. Next, I want to know what other agreements have you all signed, the city manager and city attorney, because apparently you signed this one. I didn't sign the non-disclosure agreement, so I don't know what's going on behind the scenes in terms of agreements that have been delivered to the council members that signed that agreement. So I don't know. I want to know what other agreements have been signed. And one thing that I heard in tonight's meeting, it was on one of the slides, I think Assistant City Manager had put out there, was the Stadium Authority will be responsible for costs not paid by the Bay Area Host Committee. And so I looked at how you separated, you said from May 23 to June 24, that there was roughly $325,000 in costs, and you split that and gave half of it to the Stadium Authority. You said work is already being completed by the Stadium Authority, so that was discounted. But that flies in the face of us being reimbursed for all event costs. So in that case, it looks to me like the Stadium Authority is absorbing those event costs of that half that $325,000. And that's against our guiding principles. We said all costs to be reimbursed by the Bay Area Host Committee. So I'd like to know about that. And my last question is, have we actually been reimbursed for any of our costs that have happened in the last 18 months? as was mentioned, the Super Bowl costs are to be paid, all of the costs are to be paid by the 49ers and Stadco. And I know that we have been putting out, work for the last year and a half. Have we gotten any money reimbursed? Those are my questions. Do you want a little time, staff? Okay, all right.
We're ready if you're ready.
Okay, yes, go ahead, please.
All right, we will take it from the top. I think I can facilitate responses to most of them, certainly some for the city attorney, and may direct some to other staff. Council Member Becker noted the date for the Super Bowl of February 8th, 2026. Just let us confirm that. My last knowledge is that they had not released a precise date. I know that there are dates floating out there when you Google it, but perhaps the NFL has put the date on their website, but as of my last information, it was not confirmed, but certainly a verifiable thing that we can confirm whether it's been publicly released or not. On slide 18, there was a question about the reference to Measure J and a question of can we place FAQs on our website? Absolutely, and we've been really busy negotiating the agreements, and there is information on our website, but the honest answer is our website can be fully enveloped and be a better resource for the community, and we certainly intend to do that. Because as we start talking about these events more and get fully involved in planning, having a more robust community public website is absolutely key. So we will certainly look into that. There were comments around this city manager's task force, and then references back to I think the Economic Development Committee that had council members on it when we had Super Bowl 50. I do think that there's different roles and responsibilities. I don't know everything that happened, nearly more than 10 years ago for the planning of this, but I know that we have things that are in place now that weren't, like our DMO and a professionalized effort that helps with marketing the city, and so staff wants to work with them. And part of the city manager's task force is really to inform me and our office about sentiments out there in the community, as well as have business leaders on to help shape our efforts and inform our fundraising efforts. There was certainly a question about fundraising. I'll get to that in a minute because it's a very salient point. Councilmember Jane mentioned 49 payroll codes. Absolutely. And so one of the things that we did, frankly, between March and now is did a deep dive on the prior directive, which is CMD 136. It's not new. It was last adopted in 2016, but we wanted to do a deep dive on it. And frankly, what we realized is that it was a little too high level. And we worked with all of our departments, as well as the Stadco, and had conversations with Bay Area Host Committee because we wanted to make sure that we developed, frankly, a better process than what we had to ensure that we're coding our time by department, by activity, knowing that when you deliver an invoice to someone, they may ask questions, right? We wanted to anticipate those questions and make sure that we had the detail to respond to those questions. And as you know, sometimes if it's garbage in, garbage out, and so you really have to begin at the beginning with how you collect that information. And so we frankly did an entire deep dive on prior guidance about how codes are tracked, and worked with I think Assistant City Manager Baker mentioned to not make it overly burdensome, and that's one of the concerns we heard from the police department to say, if you're going to change this, right, we have a pattern and a practice. All of our officers that work stadium events know these codes, and so we took some time, frankly. We took some time to make sure we got it right and make sure that we were updating this document in a manner that would work for us as well as other partners. Then there were questions around how big of a circle to draw for reimbursement, something that we've talked a ton about, right? Clearly, when you're negotiating reimbursement, we may do things that a party may say, you know what, that's a great thing that you want to do. But we don't think that that is related to us putting on the event at the stadium and assigning that cost. And if you want to do things for your community and other stuff, great, we will support you, but we may think that that's not something that we should reimburse. And so we're having those conversations. I can't say that I can give you a precise answer, but it's really based on the specific item we're talking about. But certainly, it has been the city's pattern and practice to charge costs for stadium-related things or community engagement to the Stadium Authority. That has been our normal cost and practice. I understand the high bar that the council has set in their guiding principles. Mind you, that staff developed. I think I wrote the first, second, and third draft of those and put them before the council. So I very well know the high bar that was set in those. And we're at the negotiating table trying to achieve it. And so absolutely the council's goal in those guiding principles are maximum reimbursement of all cost, and that's our goal. Next, Councilmember Hardy asked questions around the construction timeframe, really beginning at the last game that could be played at Levi Stadium, NFC Championship game in late January and going into June. And so that construction timeframe is the construction timeframe for, yes, the bowl modifications, but also a lot of other work. Right, and that connects to, I think, Councilmember Kathy Watanabe's question about the recent news article of the 49ers entities paying approximately $200 million. Council will remember that there's the Jumbotron upgrades, there's suite upgrades, and also club upgrades that they are doing. Much of that is on their cost. Certainly for the suites and the Jumbotron, and that was a part of that $200 million figure that was put out in various news reports today. And so there is frankly a fairly significant construction cycle planned for that end of January to June timeframe, and that's important for a couple things. One, we believe that if we conclude in June, we will not significantly impact the construction, I'm sorry, the non-NFL event cycle that happens in 25, and we've had a lot of conversations about that because as we've looked into opportunity costs, we just haven't been talking about 26. We've been talking about 25 and 26 because a lot of the construction for the bowl modifications would happen in there. And so there's a lot of work going on to make sure that construction process is during that time frame. And then Councilmember Hardy also mentioned opportunity costs, and I think that was mentioned by another council members. Are we looking into opportunity costs, and how are we looking into opportunity costs? Absolutely. It's been talked about. I don't know how many of our negotiating sessions, and one of the things we did is we stepped back and we wanted to understand what opportunity costs are. And one of the things that we heard from other stadiums and heard in conversation with our stadium manager is that you can't look at how much we've made in prior years and say, well, that's how much we would make in 26, because frankly, the reality of it is the major acts that tour on an annual basis may not be touring in 26, and those concert cycles are put out several years in advance. And so we're looking and analyzing that because we want to have a real understanding of what our potential revenue could be if we didn't have these events in 26, because that's the opportunity cost, as well as now that we have the knowledge that our schedule is compressed, frankly, one of the most compressed schedules. And so if we are done in early July, we will be available to host non-NFL events, and that factors into that opportunity cost as well. And so absolutely we're looking at it and paying very, very close attention to that. Councilmember Watanabe mentioned the interim funding agreement that begins in July and goes to the end of the year, and there were a couple other questions about that. And so let me say that absolutely, these negotiations, it took quite some time to obtain the necessary documents, and there was a lot of advocacy to get us to that point. And then the negotiations are extremely complex and have taken time, and so we thought that it was appropriate to put in a reimbursement agreement, and we do reimbursement agreements all the time for various things to ensure that for FIFA we had a reimbursement structure in place. And so we did that. Absolutely, there have been costs prior to July 1 of this year. And really, we picked that time frame of May 22nd, 23 to June 30 of 24 as that as a look back period as Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker. But I want to say the reality of it is both for FIFA Super Bowl, the 2019 College Bowl championships, there's significant work that the Stadium Authority undertakes to negotiate agreements. And so we wanted to make sure that we align that period to the council guiding principles. And so we are actively negotiating for reimbursement, and so that you have the costs that are in there. We did separate it by budgeted costs because that's something that has been talked about. But we understand the goal post that council has set, which is we want maximum reimbursement for everything during, and post. And so we are actively in conversations around that. I've answered the question about the $200 million project. Next, there was a question by Councilmember Watanabe about the LED ribbon boards. I think we've all seen them, but we don't always think of them as a ribbon board. They're the little LED monitors that surround fields. They have them when we have soccer matches at Levi Stadium, where they're sort of almost TVs that circle the edge of the field of play, and they have various advertisements and things on them. And so it's a normal part of the process. How will there be enough? Next, there was a question that I think was asked in a couple different ways of how will we have enough funds to ensure that the Bay Area Host Committee, a nonprofit entity, will be able to reimburse the city. That has been a concern of ours. I'll leave it at that. We are actively negotiating that. And certainly there are various ways to ensure that that the city is protected. For the planning costs, I will say that we feel comfortable with the invoice model. However, at the end of the day, there will be a significant invoice, and we need to make sure that there are funds there to be such that the city could be reimbursed. We are uncomfortable with the invoice model for that. I think the mayor mentioned a couple models that I think we've talked about before, which is there could be a performance bond, there could be a letter of credit, or there could be a guarantor, or there could be other models, right? But absolutely, we recognize that there needs to be a security for those large costs that are going to come that aren't monthly planning costs as we get closer, and sort of where that cutoff point is from sort of a monthly invoice versus a guarantor or a letter of credit or performance bond. We're actively negotiating. There was another question about opportunity for costs. We've discussed that. There was a question about violation of Measure J. I'll toss that to the city attorney, but I'll sort of prelude that by saying it's important to note that as we said in the presentation, Measure J is about expending city funds, oftentimes referenced as general fund, but not just general fund, but city funds on stadium cost. And know that costs have been billed to the Stadium Authority. We also have a normal practice of allocating costs to the city that are then reimbursed. That happens, for example, on regular games. The city pays costs, and then they're eventually reimbursed. And so we are actively negotiating for reimbursement. So they have not been paid yet, but we are actively negotiating for that. And I'll turn it over to the city attorney for additional comment. There was a reimbursement of the VPSO, Visiting Public Safety Officer program, when we had officers go to the Las Vegas Super Bowl. The Bay Area, we did execute an agreement with the host committee to cover those costs for police and fire personnel.
Thank you. I'll just add a little bit to that regarding Measure J. The short answer is I don't believe so at this point. The Measure J does require that, in the beginning it was focused on construction of the stadium, that the city would not be liable for any of the construction costs or operational, costs of the stadium, and that it would need to be, of of course, as a result of that, reimbursed for those costs. Those costs are frequently reimbursed, by third parties. Obviously, with respect to NFL events, that's the case. But they're also frequently reimbursed by the Stadium Authority with respect to non-NFL events. And so this is a very unique and unusual event. It is a non-NFL event, but obviously it has some aspects, to it where we are actively seeking, reimbursement from third parties, for those costs. So I will say that that I don't believe that Measure J has been violated because the costs are either scheduled to be reimbursed, by third parties, or can be reimbursed, by the Stadium Authority if any costs have been identified, that aren't reimbursed. And if any such costs, Madam Mayor, I think you're all interested in this, but you particularly, that are identified as being something that the stadium needs to get reimbursed, for in order to comply with Measure J. If we can't obtain third-party reimbursement for those because they're not qualified for that, or we can't negotiate that, they'll be part of the Stadium Authority, reimbursement, again, as is typical for at least conventional non-NFL events. So that's my supplement to that.
Thank you. There was a question about our staff times tracked at a lower rate for FIFA costs. No, staff costs are tracked at the same rate for FIFA and Super Bowl. And I think when you do the math, it's higher than you would expect an hourly rate to be. Just to note, it's not just the hourly pay rate, it's the fully loaded employee benefit costs as well as overhead. And so overhead is a part of all of those rates, right? And we all know that certain people are built into the Stadium Authority budget, and overhead costs cover that as well as normal items. There was a question about venues next to the stadium that are not ready but could be ready, and certainly very much aware of that. I think there are a couple parcels there that you're mentioning, but one large one in particular. Certainly with the related project, which is right across the street from the stadium, there's a phase one which has been taken down and is currently the city is receiving lease payments for, and so we do not control that parcel. The other phases, we are still within, are not leased to a third party, and so city has full control of those. I will say that when the Bay Area Host Committee here, they did discuss that they are actively looking at various parcels, and so I do believe that conversations are being held for neighboring parcels, and certainly at the appropriate time, the city does intend to fully leverage all city-owned land to, if there's any opportunity to generate revenue for the city on city-owned parcels, we certainly have talked about and plan to do that at the appropriate time. I'll now toss the next question or a few questions to the city attorney that was related to Mayor Gilmore mentioned a letter by former city attorney Brian Doyle for an agreement that was signed by one party for two entities.
Very good, thanks. All of you have received from me a confidential risk analysis of Stadium Authority rights and risks with respect to many of the aspects of this transaction and existing contracts, including analysis of a number, if not all, of the issues raised by Mr. Doyle, in his commentary. And for reasons you've heard from me before, I don't think that this is the correct forum in public to discuss those matters. Such discussions would not be helpful to our negotiations and may, in fact, instead disrupt or compromise, those negotiations by revealing city's legal and or business, negotiating positions. And so if any of you would like to go over that risk analysis with me privately and confidentially, which again, I think is appropriate, I'm making myself available to each and any of you to discuss that, in greater detail. I would note, not that it decides anything, but just for public awareness, that neither the city nor the Stadium Authority has enforcement authority with respect to 1090 violations. That is not something that we enforce and oversee. We obviously care about 1090 to the extent it might affect validity of contracts that we're relying on to implement things that we want. But again, you've received that analysis from me in pretty elaborate detail in that confidential memo. I don't think this is the proper forum to go into that. I will assure you that your business people and your legal group is taking all such matters into consideration as we go down this path and negotiate these agreements and gather the information that we need. And again, with the idea that, consistent with your adopted guiding principles, Measure J will be complied with, will mitigate all involved risks to the maximum extent possible, and will secure local benefits consistent with your desires that this event actually come to the city of Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium. If agreement's not reached, for the assignment of these obligations on terms that you ultimately find satisfactory, obviously these legal issues and risks will present themselves in a more salient, and different way, and we'll need to advise you and potentially get direction from you further at that time. If the agreement is reached, as is indicated previously, the financial information related to the obligations that are being assigned, and mitigated will be available both to the public and to all of you. Although a lot of you have it already, in order for that to be fully, properly evaluated and vetted and poked at, as part of your consideration of that action. Any contracts we bring to you too will of course be cognizant of and be a structure that, to the best of my ability and my legal group's ability, mitigate any issues or potential validity of underlying contract risks, that may, exist with respect to those contracts. I think that answers that question elaborately and hopefully to your satisfaction.
A few more questions. There was a question by Councilmember Jahal with regard to the process and planning of reimbursements and the difference between Super Bowl 50 and Super Bowl 60. Can answer that in a few ways. One, to say, at its core, the bid process, as we discussed briefly today in much more detail before, distinctly different from Super Bowl 50 and Super Bowl 60. The NFL changed their bidding practices. It was a very competitive process, and I believe there was like a four-ring binder or a couple four-ring binders and many conversations that happened before the Super Bowl 50 bid. And in fact, this council chamber was full of people, and all the agreements were negotiated for Super Bowl 50 prior. So when the NFL announced that we were awarded Super Bowl 50, there was pre-warning, we were here, it was a celebratory time, right? The NFL did the bid process, or does the bid process, totally different now, in which the NFL owners get together and discuss it, and then there's a process thereafter. And so we found out about it when the world found out about it this time, and the process is to negotiate the agreements after the fact. Less than beneficial. Totally agree with that. In addition, worth noting that we have had conversations with the NFL and their public safety division, and they actually plan for public safety differently than they did 10 years ago. And in fact, they plan for it, frankly, a little later than they did, because they do it on such an annualized basis, right? And then they have certain timetables, and so I know PD has been talking to the head of NFL security and working very diligently with them, but things are very, very much different 10 years ago, and frankly, that's what we heard in some of our first meetings. Is I know some people in the city was here 10 years ago, but the NFL does it distinctly different, and we learned a lot about that. And the reimbursement process. I think one of the things people know about me is I really like to concentrate on today versus what happened in the past. And I've heard from a number of council members and even the mayor, frankly, we want to do it better than we did it before, right? And that's an example of looking at the CMD and saying, okay, how do we do it now and can we do it better, right? And so I don't really know the reimbursement process that happened before, but I'll frankly say everything we're trying to do it better, right? Because we can learn from prior experiences and we can do it better, and there's always room for improvement. And so we're constantly taking stock of that and working to improve. Next question. There was a question on by Mayor Gilmore, who determined the $150,000 cap on reimbursement for planning costs. I'll note that that is planning costs from July 1 of this year to December 31st of this year, so it's not all planning costs. And that number was determined, as Assistant City Manager Baker said in his presentation, because we worked with our various departments, largely police and fire, but more police that would be doing work during these 6 months, and they came up with a projected number based on personnel, based on hours of 142,000. And so we negotiated for an agreement of 150. It's a cap on 150, but if we expend that 150 in less than 6 months, there are provisions within the agreement to sit down and talk about additional dollars. And so
Clarification, you said that was for police only?
no, I didn't. It's for all planning costs, but what I said was when we sat down and discussed with the departments of who would really be spending money in these next six months, the vast majority is police. And so the vast majority of that projected 142,000 was law enforcement. Public Works isn't doing a lot in the next 6 months.
142 out of the 150, so 8,000 is for the rest of the city?
No, Mayor.
I'm just trying to clarify
Totally fair.
exactly what it's for.
Totally fair. So we negotiated and executed a reimbursement agreement for $150,000. In developing that amount, which was your question, how was that amount developed? We talked to all of the departments that would be involved in planning costs over the next 6 months, from July to December. That estimate was $142,000. The vast amount of hours in that 142 hours were for the police department because they're the department doing the most work in these next 6 months. But the reimbursement agreement covers all planning costs that could be incurred up to $150,000 for the next 6 months. And again, there are provisions within the agreement. Should we exhaust that in less than 6 months, we will go back and negotiate. I'll also turn it to the city manager.
Yeah, just maybe to put a little bit of a finer point on that, and I think it was on the slide summarizing the terms of the interim funding agreement. There is a provision that requires the parties, once there's been $125,000 incurred and invoiced, to sit down and talk about, extending that agreement. More importantly, the agreement terminates on the earlier to occur of negotiation and of assignment and assumption agreement or December 31st, 2024. Why it's set up that way is that the hope and expectation is that the assignment and assumption agreement would then take over, right? The more permanent agreement would take over with a similar invoicing and reimbursement policy for pre-event, expenses, because again, we'd still be in planning, mode at that time, with, we hope, lessons learned that make that process kind of more efficient. And so that there's no, issues and confusion about what's appropriate for reimbursement and what's not, and that we've got to kind of worked out the bugs, of how that will work. And so they are intended to relate, together in that way. So the 150K, it's described as a cap, right? Because it's the maximum amount in the agreement, but it really is intended to be a transitional agreement. That's why it's called interim agreement, to kind of get us to either an extension of that if we don't have an agreement on the assignment and assumption, or to the assignment, assumption, and agreement itself taking over with those reimbursement provisions and lessons learned incorporated into the detailed provisions of that. Thanks.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next, there was a question about the bowl modifications, and I think Mayor Gilmore mentioned that there was a reference where the city would be responsible for the bowl modifications. Just want to clarify that point. The Stadium Authority owns Levi Stadium. If any modifications are made to that, we're not going to let an outside party, be there the Bay Area Host Committee or anybody, make modifications to the public facility. And so those modifications, frankly, legally have to be done in compliance with all of our codes and ordinances for doing work on a public facility. And so we do have a hand in that. And so at the end of the day, we would be responsible for those modifications. However, the cost of those modifications, we do expect to be borne by the Bay Area Host Committee. I do understand what the mayor said of what happened at the March meeting. I was here, saw it as well, but know that we are actively at the table and fully expect for all those costs in the assignment and assumption agreement to be covered.
What is the cost?
Yes, thank you. That was the next thing I was getting to, the cost.
Missed a couple questions too, yeah.
Fair. The cost, I know that has been talked about at a staff level, and permits have been submitted. I do not want to give a precise number right now. If I know anything about capital improvement projects, the costs change, and so I don't know that we have a firm number to give tonight, but I'm happy to provide that number when we have a firm number on that cost.
I'd like to know what the number is and what's the collateral we're going to get to make sure we're reimbursed.
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor, your point's spot on that. Our provision will make sure that that work doesn't commence.
It should not commence until we have collateral.
I would agree, Madam Mayor.
But I'd like to know the cost. The public would like to know the cost.
Absolutely, absolutely. There was another question of what other agreements have been signed. Very clearly have said we have executed a reimbursement agreement as well for an interim funding agreement, as well as there was a VPSO, Visiting Public Safety Officers Reimbursement Agreement signed. Will we be responsible for?
And the agreement, I think, actually was approved tonight, wasn't it, for contributions to funding of the
Yes.
the guideposts?
Yes. So there was another agreement on your agenda tonight that had the Bay Area Host Committee paying, I believe, 10% of the cost for a security assessment. And I'm looking through the questions to make sure that we have addressed all of them. I believe we have.
Okay,
If I missed
the ones
anything,
you
let us know.
missed. For me, anyway. So I had the question of the city manager directive was just recently developed. What direction was given back in May of -- since the city's been working on this for 18 months, about 18 months. So what direction was given for, what city manager direction was given to bill for these two events?
Sure. I think I said it, but the CMD has been active. It has been an active directive that we utilize on a regular basis. When council adopted the FIFA World Cup guiding principles, staff had full access to them, and I know that costs were allocated to the Stadium Authority. And we have since gone back, and the estimates that were provided to you tonight are the reflection of segregating costs by World Cup and Super Bowl. And so we have done that, and that's how you have the breakdown that is before you. We certainly talk to staff about CMD. All of our staff that work on the Stadium Authority know about that CMD, or at least at some point they received it, and we wanted to do an update on it. And so we went back and did a deep dive on that and worked with our various partners as well as staff to update that directive. And so that is the primary directive on allocation of costs, as well as through the finance department. There are normal processes for review of time cards and charging to the Stadium Authority.
So our employees knew that when they billed back in May of '23, they were either to bill for Super Bowl or World Cup?
No.
Was it segregated that way? Did they bill for their event?
Right. Mayor, what I said is we went back and made sure that it was segregated. I do believe that some units track their time by FIFA Super Bowl, other units did not. We have re-clarified that. We've adjusted the directives that have been given to staff. I cannot say today or any day what every staff member knew or knew, because someone could always find someone in the organization that could say, I never knew, right? But I can certainly tell you that we have active city manager directives on many topics, as well as, absolutely, I believe the last time we talked, we discussed that costs were not segregated by Super Bowl and World Cup, and we went back and worked with staff to segregate those costs.
Okay, and the last question I had that wasn't answered was, have we actually been reimbursed for any of our costs starting from May 23 forward from STADCO or the Bay Area Host Committee?
Sure.
Besides the trip to Las Vegas?
Sure. I think we answered that at least twice. I know I said that we were reimbursed for that, and we are actively negotiating, and then
No, I just want to know, what have we been reimbursed for? I know you're negotiating, but what in the past, from May 23 forward?
Mayor, I believe I said earlier that we have only been reimbursed for the VPSO trip, and we are actively negotiating reimbursement for the other cost.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Going back to the LED ribbon board again, is that an opportunity for sponsorships?
If we assign the event, those are not our ribbon boards. Certainly, there is sponsorship all over the event, but even for a normal soccer match, though we do not install those, and it is not a revenue source of the Stadium Authority.
So who would get it, the Bay Area Host Committee, or who?
I believe that those would be installed in this case by FIFA, and FIFA through their various partners and agreements would have that. It's part of their broadcasting and television and other sponsorships.
Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, I'm going to go to the public. Do we have any public members that want to speak on this? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore and Council. David Curtis, District 5. I'm really concerned, during the presentation, I saw key stakeholders. I did not see Santa Clara residents anywhere. Santa Clara residents have the most to lose. We lost $2 million on Super Bowl 50 with inflation and other costs rising. Could be another 5 to 10. FIFA is not known for being an event where you make money. That's another 30 million loss. As a resident and the residents, we're not going to spend 30 to 40. If Jed York wants this as an ego booster, I want to see you guys have him sign up to pay for this and cover all costs that would come to us. We're not paying for this. That's it. You talked about being excited and hurry to sign this agreement. That's what you were talking about earlier. I don't think the residents are in any hurry to sign any agreements right now. What I'm hearing right now is it's pretty shady. It's shady. We don't want to talk about things. We're not bringing agreements to the public. City attorney, you're talking about things tonight that you don't want to bring in front of the public. When we're talking about possibly losing $40 million, I want the residents to know what's going on. It's called transparency. That's what I'm running on. And I'm not seeing it. I'm just not. These costs can go out of whack, and we're going to cover them. I don't want to pay for it. I don't want my kids to pay for it. I don't want my friends' kids to pay for it. I want the residents to pay for it. Niners want this. York wants this. He covers any losses, period. Nothing to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
So I'm mindful of the city manager's caution about not looking too far backward, but honestly, we wouldn't be in this situation if not for Measure J. I led the committee that fought against the public subsidy. If we had told the 49ers at the time, build your stadium, but there's no public subsidy, we wouldn't be involved in any of this negotiation now. I commend the staff for the report that's been given. I feel confident in the information that's been given. There was actually, to contradict what the previous speaker said, there is a plan for involving the community in these decisions. But we were promised in Measure J, as I'm sure two of you are very well aware because you were active in the committee that supported it, we were promised visions of Super Bowls and FIFA games and sporting events that would make so much money for this city. And they spent $5 million on that election. Some of you had front row seats to that spending and didn't seem to care at the time that they were spending that much money on elections. I will say I don't think the 49ers have changed. I don't, but some other people have changed. The staff that's here now is trying to make this work. The city council, the majority of the city council that's here is trying to make this work. Two people here I worked very closely with, walking precincts, walking door to door to raise these cautions that were well known about getting involved with the city in running a stadium. And I know I was attacked at the time. I know I'm going to get attacked again for my role in this, but you need to take responsibility for what you sold to the people. Those of you who advocated for this, you need to take responsibility for the decisions you made then and the actions you took at the time, and work with staff to make this work. It's too late now, it's built, we have to make this succeed.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone here in the chambers. Do we have anyone online? Yes, we do. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda.
Hi, I only stayed this long for ethics, but I can't help but say something. Just like the lady before me said, I really appreciate how hard everyone, the staff and council, are working to resolve this issue. However, if you look at the comparative wealth of the 49ers versus our city, how they can hire a greater number of knowledgeable professionals who probably did other places in as well. And I do like having the 49ers here and the opportunity for money, but I feel we're going to be continue to be outplayed, especially when I hear over and over about renegotiating private agreements and failed reimbursements. In real estate, lots of times people don't sue because the people who have the most money can just keep the case going on. And I don't know the solution, but I think we need to dig even deeper. So good luck. And
Thank you, Wanda. All right. Is there a motion on the floor? What's your motion?
Sorry. Motion to note and file.
Second.
Motion second to note and file. Please register your vote.
I vote yes.
And that passes 6-1. All right, thank you. Last item on the agenda is action on the recommendations from the Governance and Ethics Committee to amend Council Policy 009, City Representation at Meetings, Ceremonies, and Events. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and the public. As the Mayor noted, tonight, the item before you is a recommendation from your very own Governance and Ethics Committee with regard to Council Policy 009 that discusses representation at meetings and ceremonies. We have a presentation that will walk you through the conversations that happen at the committee, as well as the committee's recommendation. I do believe that members of the committee will speak as well, and tonight's presentation will be provided by Maria Lay, our assistant to the city manager's office that supports us with mayor and council items, including the governance and ethics committee. Maria.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I will be presenting to you a brief overview of the recommendations from the Governance and Ethics Committee to amend Council Policy 009, which is titled City Representation at Meetings, Ceremonies, and Special Events. So as background, the City Council referred the review and discussion of this policy for speaking at events to the Governance and Ethics Committee. Council Policy 009 addresses how the city will be represented at meetings, ceremonies, and special events by the mayor and/or the City Council. On March 4th, 2024, this item was presented to the Governance and Ethics Committee, which included a benchmarking on the standard practices from neighboring cities, which included the cities of San Jose, Campbell, Fremont, and Sunnyvale. In all these cities, the mayor is the ceremonial head of the city and the designated speaker. City council members are always recognized at events. In some instances, the city council member representing the district was also invited to speak in addition to the mayor. After committee discussion at the March meeting, the committee requested options for the opportunity for city council members to speak as part of the policy. On June 3rd, 2024, staff returned to the Governance and Ethics Committee based on the feedback from the committee with a recommended approach, which included 2 speaker options for the mayor and an additional council member. For the last few months, the city has implemented an interim practice of 2 speakers from the city council at certain city-hosted events. The mayor, as a designated ceremonial head for the city, and the city council member representing the district have been given the opportunity to speak at certain events. It's important to note that event programs may also have additional speakers from external community partners or representatives from other agencies. The mayor and the representative district council members have spoken at Westwood Oaks Park ribbon cutting, Northside Library's 10th anniversary celebration, the Montague Park rehabilitation ribbon cutting ceremony, and the Pride flag raising is an example of a citywide event where multiple speakers, which included Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Becker, and other elected representatives and community partners who participated in the Pride event. Tomorrow, we're excited for the opening of Magical Bridge Santa Clara. The speaker program includes Mayor Gilmore and City Council member Kevin Park, who represents the district, including other external speakers tomorrow for the event. At the June 3rd, 2024 Governance and Ethics Committee meeting, staff presented a recommended approach. The recommendations took into consideration the length of events. The goal of the recommendation was to focus on an audience-driven approach and to plan an engaging event, and not exceed the length appropriate for the intended audience. For example, considering time for a youth-based event that included a lot of youth in the audience. For city-hosted events, staff presented options for 2 speaking roles, including the mayor as the primary speaker and a secondary speaker based on one of the following options. The council member representing the district, another option for a council member rotation of speakers, and this was put together based on the fact that some events may occur in the same council district often. For example, Central Park serves as a popular location for events. The third option was a special interest or expertise. In this case, if a city council member serves on a city committee or outside agency committee, or is related to a focus of the event, for example, sustainability, environmental issues, or transportation. Ultimately, the committee action, the Governance and Ethics Committee instead directed staff to bring forward a policy to allow all city council members the opportunity to speak at city-hosted events alongside with the mayor, with time limits determined by staff. So with that here, these slides in the script in red indicates the proposed amendments per the Governance and Ethics Committee's recommendations. Here, the primary speaker, the mayor remains the primary speaker as a presiding officer for city-hosted events. The secondary speakers for the city-hosted events, as highlighted in red, would be all members of the city council would be given an option to speak. City staff may provide specific speaker time limits. The mayor, as a ceremonial head, may have more time allotted, and staff would not be required to provide scripted remarks for additional council members. However, staff may offer suggestions. The proposed amendments for external events. Just to clarify, the current policy doesn't have a distinction between city-hosted and external events, so this was added by staff just to create some clarity. The proposed amendment for external events provides some language to clarify that external events are not planned by the city, and the outside entity or agency determines the planning of the event and may request representation from the city. If the mayor is unable to attend, the invitation will be referred to the vice mayor at the discretion of the outside entity. If the vice mayor is unable to attend, the invitation will be referred to city council members in order of seniority at the discretion of the outside entity. So with that, before the city council tonight is a recommendation from the Governance and Ethics Committee to amend Council Policy 009. At this time, I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Questions, Councilmember Becker? Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I think I might have read this wrong, but I think I might have answered my own question. But it's the staff not required to provide scripted remarks for additional council members, however, may offer suggestions. I guess I'm trying to ask is that's not even a no. I mean, you could just provide whatever suggestions or recommendations or something like that, but it's not a requirement, but it's also not forbidding them. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to as well.
Great. Other questions by the council? That's it?
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. To answer your question, the committee, the Governance and Ethics Committee, when they had the discussion, wanted to make it clear that it wasn't a requirement for staff to provide additional remarks for anyone that speaks in addition. However, there are opportunities for staff if we want to suggest options based on if you had multiple council members speaking so that not everyone's on the same topic or highlighting the same things.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah. So thank you very much for the presentation. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the history of how things happened, and it says originally the staff recommendation was to allow 2 people to speak. And again, I'm going to say it again, I consider myself a democracy fundamentalist, which is it's more people, more voice. And I know something because I hear it from residents and I hear it from people who come to events to hear some of us speak, and they've told me directly that that's what they do. But it's, why can't we always think about ways to let everyone speak? Like when we talk about the Magical Bridge Playground, which is in my district, which I share Central Park with Councilmember Jane. But Central Park belongs to everyone. It's not just the council members whose districts, that the Central Park lands in. It belongs to everyone. And I know that if we had an event like this in another city, I go to events in other cities all the time. I go to Milpitas, Fremont, Cupertino, and I guarantee that when I go, I'm not even part of those cities, and they allow me the opportunity to speak because they think it's important that we've got some sort of relationship, that people cared enough about another city that they showed up, right? And I just want the ability to speak at Santa Clara events the same way that I'm afforded the opportunity to speak at events that aren't even in our city. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that it's not about a certain number of speakers. It's about the ability to speak. I mean, that's what democracy is. It's about voice. And even for external events, I'm looking at these things, like we create these rules that say, if the mayor is unable to attend, the invitation will be referred to the vice mayor, discretion of the outside entity. If the vice mayor is unable to attend, the invitation will be referred to city council members in order of seniority at the discretion of the outside entity. And I think this could all be solved very quickly, which is instead of asking for a speaker or a number of speakers, why can't we just ask? I mean, it seems like we want to do this to be efficient with our time. If time is the thing we're trying to control, why don't we just ask for time? Meaning, why don't we just ask for 5 minutes? And if all other 6 council members show up, that's a little less than a minute each, right? But why do we have to create these rules that say, well, we have this, and if this person can't make it, then we go to this person. If this person can't make it, then we're going to do these by seniority. And how do you determine seniority for people who are all elected in the same election cycle? I don't feel we need to be that complicated. Why don't we just say, listen, we want to be efficient with our time. Let's manage the time by saying, we have 5 minutes. We want everyone to speak within 5 minutes. If 2 people show up, try to keep it within 2 or 3 minutes. If one person shows up, try not to take the full 5 minutes. We'll give you a minute or 2 to speak. And if everyone shows up and they want to talk about an issue, they want to talk to the external entity, they want to talk about their experience, they want to talk about something that has some meaning to the event, why can't we just give everyone an opportunity to speak and manage the time if the time is what we're worried about, right? I mean, I'm looking at the proposed amendments to Council Policy 009 for city-hosted events and external events, and I feel that why didn't we just do the same thing, make it consistent for city-hosted events and external events? Why can't we just make it about giving people voice and managing the time? I mean, I can't support something that, for this external events, that limits council voice at an event. And many of these events should be celebrations, and they should be celebrations by everyone involved, right? I can think of a lot of events, city council events, city events, where we've invited external people to come. We've invited them to come. And they don't even get to speak. We just acknowledge that they came. Thank you very much. They traveled from a long way. A lot of people don't live in neighboring cities. They've come 30, 40 minutes away, maybe longer in some cases, to attend our event. And I just feel like we should do a little bit more to honor, to respect their time. They came to an event to be acknowledged in the crowd, and I would like to do better than that, which is, again, I go to events all the time. I went to the Vietnamese Memorial, the Friendship with America event, and I was given an opportunity to speak. I'm not Vietnamese. I'm not from San Jose, and I really appreciated that. And I just wish that the city of Santa Clara would think about affording its council members and its guests the same opportunities and the same, respect that we get from other cities. Again, if I were to do this, I would amend the external events policy to mirror the city-hosted events policy, which is everyone should be allowed to speak. And if we want to be cognizant of time, why don't we just limit the time? Thank you.
Manager, did you want to say something about external events?
Sure. I'll just say very briefly that included within the staff report and the attachments, the staff did benchmarking of what's normal and customary in other cities, and our recommendation was really to align more to that. Certainly respect that the Governance and Ethics Committee would like something different, and so we can certainly support that if that is the council's desire.
I thought you were going to say something about external events, that we don't control them.
That is
minor detail.
That is true too. We do not control external events, and so what's on the screen, there's actually a more detailed version within the policy, because oftentimes we'll have an external event that will ask for a specific council member or ask for the mayor, and if the mayor can't make it, they may not want a representative from the city, or we also have in the policy if they do not ask for a specific person, what is that process? And so that would then be the mayor and then the vice mayor and then on down the line. And so we have a number of events where I know, and I've had conversations with council members that they would have liked to have been able to speak at, and staff just simply directs you to the event organizer.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I hear what Councilmember Park is saying, and, in my experience I had probably about a year ago, there was an event in my district for a opening of a development, and, I reached out to the outside entity because it is an external event. It wasn't a city-hosted event. And the outside agency turned around and said that they're not interested in having me speak or anybody. They wanted the single person to speak, and that was the mayor as the head of the city. So I made the effort of asking to speak at the event, and it was the opportunity for the entity to tell me yes or no. So I understand the situation. I understand where Councilmember Park is coming from, but I also understand the entity's right or preference to have someone speak there. So for me, it can go either way, but I see where Councilmember Park's coming from, and I see where staff is getting this information from because I've experienced it. And the entity themselves or the agency does not have to approve you to speak there. I feel that there should be an option that we have that, the ability to, yes, you should be able to have the option to speak there. Hey, Kevin says, or Suds, or whoever it says, hey, I want to speak at this event. Can you let the agency know that I'm really interested? If the agency comes back and says, no, thank you for the consideration, I think that's kind of where it ends because you have no real say further of what an outside agency would say. So I understand some of the, there may be some politics in that, but at the same time, I do want to respect outside agencies and entities, but I also do want to respect time, and I do want to respect other council members that may want to have the ability to speak, specifically if it's in their district. Now, I think that is one of the biggest issues is that if it's in their district and this is an outside entity, that is something where maybe it has a little more, not bargaining power, but more reason for you to speak there. But again, it comes down to the outside entity and agency that determines those. But then if you go back to the city policy, city-hosted events, all members of the council would be given an opportunity to speak. And I like what Councilmember Park was saying, which is, you get allotted time of 5 minutes. If all 6 council members want to talk about an issue, they're limited to 1 minute each. And, each council member is kind of their own little timekeeper of, hey, if that person goes over 1 minute, they're eating into my time. So I don't want to turn it into a rivalry or fight over things, but I've seen other cities where they're all collaborative. Most of them speak when they are asked to speak, or they do request to speak. And I think that is the right we should have. I mean, not everybody needs to speak, but I think we should have that available for anybody who is on the city council in the future so that we have a policy that is robust, transparent, and fair for everybody. But I do see where the staff is coming from, and I got to say I appreciate staff putting together the words for this and dissecting this from what I watched the Governance and Ethics Committee, and so it was a very long meeting, but it was also a very robust discussion on how we want to form this policy. So I think you guys did a pretty good job in taking the notes of that, but I do see where Councilmember Park is coming from, and I agree with him. However, we need to have that balance. And again, if the outside agencies don't agree to that, then there's no way I can control that.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I hear what you said. I mean, you did a survey, you benchmark neighboring cities on what their policy is. And as I noted in the Governance and Ethics meeting, that I read their policies, we saw their policies. But the reality of when you go to an event, it's very different from what the policy says. The policies never, they never deny the ability for people to speak. It simply says, well, this is the case. This is the preference or this is the order, but it never says people cannot speak. There is nothing that denies someone to speak. And in my experience, in almost every event I've been to, almost every single council member gets to speak. I cannot think of an event even where I have asked to speak and I have been denied to speak, except events in the city of Santa Clara itself. I mean, that's the only time I can think about that. And maybe there are instances where external entities want to keep it short. They want to limit it to a number of speakers, to amount of time. Maybe that's possible. But I don't understand why we as a city when we have the opportunity to ask, or when we have the opportunity to, suggest what speakers are, can't ask on behalf of the full council. Like, I don't understand. Nothing says that we cannot do this. It's the way that we think about issues and the way that we think about limiting council members in speech that comes up with policies that say we have this ordering. It's one person, two people, it's one person, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this. Why can't we, where the opportunities present themselves, think about being more inclusive to everyone on council? Like, I understand there will be times where external entities may say we want to limit it to 1 minute, to one person, to two people, to 2 minutes. Doesn't matter. But why can't we as a city, and why can't we as city management, and why can't we as people dealing as partners with the entities that are doing stuff in our city, why can't we ask on behalf of the full council? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Maria, for this report and for all of the work that you put into it. I did attempt to watch the meeting, the governance meeting, and had to turn it off. But I understand the city manager was late leaving for his daughter's birthday party as a result of how long that meeting dragged on for. I appreciate the information regarding the benchmarks and seeing what other cities do. I go to a lot of events, and I go when I'm invited to be a guest, to be supportive of whatever the event is taking place in that city, to show respect, and I go with no anticipation of being asked to speak. If anything, I'm just there to be supportive. I help them celebrate their event. I went to 4 Independence Day events in the last week, and at only one of them was I asked to speak, and that was because there was no other elected official there besides the vice mayor of Milpitas. But as the expression goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think what the city's policy has been, what the protocol has been in terms of policy 009 has worked just fine. And when I look at all of the work that has gone into putting these new policies together, if nothing else, I see a lot more work for our staff. And nothing is being made easier as a result of these governance and committee requests. It's making more work for our staff, and in the end, I gotta say, people don't come to events to hear everybody and his brother speak. They come to hear the mayor, maybe they want to hear the council member from that particular district, that's fine. But people don't come to hear everybody speak. People have limitations. And again, if I go someplace and to an event that I've been invited to, it's out of respect and support with no anticipated expectation that I am going to be asked to speak. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you for the presentation, Maria. I think I have a solution for this thing, like in case of external events. If mayor and council, full council is invited, it depends upon the organizers who to speak over there. All people can go there, and if they want everyone to speak, let them speak. So if we can add just this line into this external event line, if mayor and council is invited, it will depend upon the organizer to decide who can speak over there. That solves the problem. I think that's what Councilmember Park is saying, that anybody can speak. And we don't control it. Let the organizer decide who want to speak over there, period.
Vice Mayor Becker. Oh, I was waiting for you to talk, okay. All right, we can go to the public. We have a public member. Satish. Satish Chandra, are you still with us?
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, please.
It's already 12:30 a.m. almost, and we are discussing about, I think, coming to the point about the coming to speaking, who can speak and who can't speak, right? I think I tend to agree with the staff how the existing norms, stay, and we value each and every one as part of, what you are doing as a community service. And yeah, I am in consensus with, say, external organizations. They respect each and everyone as a representation, irrespective of the, ethnicity, where you are, and what's your background. And based on the time frame, what each organization decides, that's how you get an opportunity, and probably that's how you have to take it forward. And probably in the city also, it might be to the, whatever the extending, you know how it has been framed, looking at San Jose and other vicinity cities, and how that has been framed. So I think if we can abide to that, and we are good with that. And I appreciate everyone, given a chance and speak. And but one suggestion is, if you are going to go and speak, I don't want, to look at this infighting to represent there in that external. So that's my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanda, go ahead, Wanda. Wanda?
I'm sorry, there was a delay on the mute.
Oh, okay.
Mayor and council, happy Wednesday, I think it is. Thank you for being here. I'm an example of the audience, and at the last ethics meeting, which ran over, that I was online with, and with tonight, I am interested in what you all have to say, but the audience is very small for that. People go for the event. They don't go to hear a lot of different speakers and a lot of extra stuff. And, to be there to show support, like Kathy mentioned, maybe even be introduced, that's nice. But we have a problem, and our staff is really, really overworked. That it's good that I'm limited to 2 minutes because I talk a lot too. But something needs to be done about all this verbosity, if you will, not to be quite that negative. So that's an audience input. Where are all the people that want to hear what has to be said? I wish there were more of them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a audience member. Please come forward.
I'll use the word of a previous speaker who talked about shadiness. I think this has become an issue because of some shady behavior. I've heard concerns about people not being invited to things, people not being invited to speak at different events. So I do think it's probably good to clarify the policy. The staff recommendation seems fine to me. I also think people in an audience, as the previous speaker said, they don't want to hear they're not as interested in, we think they will want to hear what we have to say as an elected official. The audience may not be as interested. But I also think it's good to balance it out, and I do worry that there's been some shadiness around who gets invited and who is allowed to speak. And so if that could be clarified so that whether it's everyone has time to speak, or you do a rotation that's very clear so that it goes in an order that it's not driven by anyone's political interest, because I have seen that driving part of this issue in the city, been well reported on. I also am a little concerned about the external events. I think the city doesn't really control those. So I would say if that invitation comes to staff, they should confirm with the external party who do you want to come and speak? Would you like to invite the whole council? I do think invitations should be open to all, that you want everyone to be informed and welcoming, and you don't want political games played with any of these kinds of things. So having invitations open to all, I would be in favor for. Thanks.
Thank you. Kale? Kale?
Yeah, I was like, are you, oh my God, just crazy because if you are, I'm gonna.
Hello? 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 Kale? Kale?
Hello?
Yes, hello. You're on.
Hi.
Hi.
I would just like to reiterate the fact that Anthony Becker honestly should have resigned by now at this point. He's just honestly a disgrace to our city, to our council, to our representatives. He shouldn't have any kind of role in determining any kind of legislation in our city, nor should such Jane, nor should Raj
This is off topic.
Shah. It's really not off topic, Anthony. Let's just be honest. You deserve to be in jail right now. Let's just call it
City
the
attorney.
facts.
Off topic.
You should cut this.
And within a couple
Madam Mayor, you have authority as presiding you would have authority as presiding officer.
We have a topic on who is speaking at public events. So you have a minute left if you want to talk about that.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I, again, would like to reiterate, none of these people should be on council at this point right now.
Thank you. All right. I don't see anyone else. Do we have anybody else online? All right. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation, but also have a little bit of the wordsmithing that Councilmember Chahal mentioned with the external events. I mean, you should have the invitation. Doesn't mean it has to be required, but have the option out there. So that's all I'm going to say. But that's my motion with the wordsmithing of Councilmember Chahal's on external events.
I'll second that.
Can I just clarify what staff recommendation is?
So let's see.
That was different than the governance committee's recommendation. So which one are you proposing?
So I'm going with the proposed amendments to Council Policy 009 for primary speaker and secondary speaker. And then also for proposed amendments to Council Policy 009 for external events, including the language that Councilmember Chahal was putting forward.
I'm still, is that the, what are you proposing? The city management recommendations or the governance committee recommendations? They're two different recommendations.
Yeah, right. These two.
That's the governance.
Yeah, so the Governance and Ethics Committee recommendations.
I just wanted to clarify what
Yeah.
where everybody speaks. Is that what you're recommending?
Yes.
All right, we had a motion and a second. I just want to make some comments about that. First of all, that is going to add tremendously to the length of all our events. Just give you an example. For the Pride flag raising, we'll have then 13 speakers. For Arbor Day, 12 speakers. Park openings, 12, 13 speakers. So I think that will add. It's difficult to get people up and down and to get people to commit to a minute or 30 seconds or 45 seconds. It's going to be extremely difficult. There's going to be inconsistent messages unless you want the city staff to write 7 speeches for each event. So, I usually, for the city events, take the city script and make sure that I'm very consistent on my messaging for what I do. It opens it up for personal agendas or grandstanding because you may not be on topic the way it should be. But what this really does is this does not serve the public. It's self-serving because, as a couple of our speakers said, people don't come to hear 7 council members speak, plus, whoever else is involved in this, whatever event it is. they come for the event, and I don't know any other city that does anything close to this. It's quite preposterous. I won't be supporting it. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple comments and then a question just to make sure that I and staff fully understand. Certainly when this item went to the Governance and Ethics Committee, I participated in the conversation as well as staff. One of the things that we talked about and we asked for clarification, and I'm thankful to the Governance and Ethics Committee for allowing or clarifying that staff would not have to write scripts. I was concerned about the level of workload that would take. Certainly, we may have some redundancy, but I think workload implications, it's better if staff is not required to write scripts. I sit here today and I'm actually reminded of a thought that I had during the Governance Committee about the Christmas tree lighting ceremony. And I just want to confirm that council is okay with staff having discretion in how we schedule that event and for council members to speak. For example, I've been there at our wonderful Christmas tree lighting ceremony. I don't think that we want the entire community to wait while all 7 people speak before the switch is flipped. And so I believe what staff would intend to do is that is one event. And so we would make sure that if this council policy passes, that every council member has a time to speak during the length of the event, but not make sure that it happens right every time the mayor is speaking or when the mayor is speaking, right as everyone's gathered, right, waiting for the switch to be flipped, because I do think that there may be some significant sort of community concerns there. And so I just want to make sure that in adopting this policy, council is giving staff the discretion to determine when council members speak as we feel is appropriate during the course of the event, recognizing that staff will be directed to allow every council member to speak during the event. Also, I wanted to just clarify the amendment with regard to external events. I've said it before and I concur, we really don't control external parties. I understood the amendment to be that staff would request of essentially have a standing request of an external party says we want a council member to be there. We would then reply to say, are you okay with all council members being there and speaking? If that's the direction of council, we certainly can do that. I just want to note that would require us doing a level of work for every time we get that request, talking to council members, confirming your availability, and working through that. Whereas, normally when we get an external event, we work directly with the mayor or the district council person. So I just want to understand what the request is, so that we can make sure that we allocate the necessary staff resources and make whatever adjustments are needed.
I just want to speak to the first part of what you said. It reminds me of when we went to Westwood Oaks and we were opening that park. The kids could barely stand, the 4 speakers we had or the 5 speakers we had. Our community is not going to tolerate 7 speakers plus additional speakers. It's just not going to tolerate it. It makes no sense whatsoever. So I think that facing that forward, it's not going to be tolerated at the tree lighting ceremony or any of these things. It's just not going to happen. They're going to get really upset because it's not about us. It's supposed to be about them. And anyways, this council's going to do what they do anyway. But Councilmember Becker, you made the motion.
Yeah, I'm surprised that those comments that you just made weren't in the last recent grand jury report, irreconcilable differences. I mean, we keep making these little snide remarks about the city council. So, one little remark I do have to say is that just because you think that it's your opinion doesn't mean that's the opinion of everybody. So I understand we respect your opinion, but at the same time, we're just trying to make something equitable for everybody here, because there's a long time where people weren't allowed to speak. We were rejected from speaking. And I know Councilmember Park experienced this many, many times in the last 3 years.
Did you want to address the city manager's request? I'm
open to what Councilmember Chahal was trying to describe, but at the same time, I do see the extra weight of work included in that. But at the same time, I do see the opportunity that if a council member is interested, they have the ability to say, yes, I am interested. So I'm willing to keep that in there unless somebody else has any other idea on how to modify that a little different language.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thinking about what the city manager said, I think what I understood is that when we are contacted by an outside entity, that staff would just clarify, what was that you needed? Did you want one speaker? Did you want more than that? Is this going to go out to everyone? So that when we get our requests for RSVP, it would be clear that they wanted one speaker and the mayor's going to do it, or they wanted two, and are you interested? I mean, are you even going? I want to keep it as simple as possible.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of suppositions and assumptions on what will happen based on other things. I think this is the worst way to try to deny people voice I've ever seen. I mean, I hear the city manager talk about, well, what about external events? And do we have to coordinate? It's an external event. Publish the date and time, and the people who make it can make it. The people who show up, if the event organizer so wishes, let them speak. I mean, I hear the mayor talk about, oh, this is going to take so much time. I can tell you how to make it very equitable. We limit the mayor to 2 minutes, and maybe everyone else to 1 minute. I think that will give us about the same amount of time that we usually use for events. I don't know why that's so difficult. I hear, not everyone will speak at the same time. It doesn't have to be that way. You're right. Not everybody has to speak at the same time, but at some point, to not allow them to speak at all, that doesn't make any sense. It's Christmas, right? And again, I've heard people say, and we don't have a lot of people here, but we've had people say not everyone wants to hear everyone speak. That's true. You don't want to hear people go on and on and on and on and on like I tend to do in city council meetings, but I do know at events, people do go there because this is the only chance they have to see the council members. This is the only event they come to. I remember when we had the State of the City meeting, we had a lot of people come from outside, and they came to our event, and we didn't even state their names. We just stated, oh, there's people in the audience out there. We gave awards to people in our districts, and we couldn't even say hello to them. One of the people that came to our city event, I went to look for them afterwards, and I couldn't find them. And I called them. I said, where are you? I'm looking for you. I know you were here. I saw you were referred to. And they said, oh, I had to leave because, holy cow, it just looked like, a fascist party event. And I said, oh, okay. And I didn't realize at that time that the accusations weren't over. And I just feel, I don't feel confident that the people in this city, including management, understand what voice is, what representation is, and it makes me very sad. So I just feel that regardless of how this goes, I don't know that we'll get representation. People are doing this virtue signaling of, oh, I don't go to speak at events, I go to support and celebrate the event. And I think, I don't speak at every event. I don't ask to speak at every event, but there are some events that are very meaningful to me and to some of the people that are in the audience that I've talked to. And in those cases, sometimes I do ask. To say that everyone's going to grandstand and I'm saying, keep your projection to yourself. I don't know many people on council whose purpose in going to events and going to things is to grandstand, or even to state that they're running, this is the platform that I'm running on. I think that it's a lot of people in the audience who are against these kinds of things. I think that it's people on this council who are projecting what we would do based on what they would do that's causing us to talk about these issues in a really pejorative way. You know, at the bottom, at the very bottom of this was supposed to be about, you know, inclusion of everyone, including council members. And I'm going to say, find a way to keep things on schedule, but limit the time. Don't limit the people. Doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So if for the history, like this 009 would not have been here, there's a reason the policy got changed and there were a request to policy for making it a changes to it. Instances happen when people were denied to speak on purpose, basically. And that's the reason this policy is here, basically. We are trying to fix that. Like, it's not a dictatorial thing that, okay, I will not let anybody speak, I will not let this body speak. So this is a fix to that. To understand that all 7 will speak at an event, I don't think so. Like Montague Park, I didn't even know I was to speak. They asked me, oh, Raj, it's your district, you want to speak? I speak very briefly, maybe 1 minute or something, that's it. So I think this is a fix to curb the voice, basically. And it's a good fix, and as regard external events, you know, I can quote recently, we were invited to Association of Indo-Americans for Independence Day celebration, and we were, I think, 2 or 3 council members over there. And they asked all of us to speak, and on purpose, I didn't say, it's okay, Councilmember Jain, you can speak. So it's not a question of all 7 will speak, but it's a question of when somebody is asking to speak, why he or she should be denied, especially on the city events. That's the question. Not that all 7 will speak, but this policy is now making it clear, yeah, if you are passionate, if you have a particular, passionate about a particular event, yeah, you should be able to speak over there. And that's what we are fixing over here. It's not a question of that all 7 will speak into that. Yeah, and that's the reason I said if the mayor and all mayor and council members are invited for an organization outside the organization, let them decide. If they want all to speak, let them all speak. If they want none to speak, let them decide none to speak. As simple as that. It's an external event. That's it. Thank you.
City Clerk.
I'd like to read this back to the maker of the motion. The motion on the floor is to adopt the Governance Committee recommendation, amend the external events language to afford all council members the ability to speak upon approval of the outside entity/agency. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they invite all mayor and council and they want anybody to speak, up to them. If they don't want none of them to speak, up to them. We can't force them, oh, I will speak over there. As simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely what that was. And his mic wasn't on, but I hope you got that.
And Madam Mayor,
Nobby?
I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I'm just going to add one more thought, and that is the fact that, again, going back to the amount of work that our staff does to put these events together, there's something that they always put together called the run of show. And that is a specific order in which how an event is going to take place, from the intro to the whoever is speaking, the mayor, the vice mayor, a council member, other delegates that may be attending, or maybe like in the case of Magical Bridge, you have Alenka is going to speak on behalf of Magical Bridge. If there are other dignitaries there like that, yes, so be it, yes. But at the same time, you can't just show up at an event without RSVPing or giving a heads up that you're going to be there, because it puts a lot of stress on the staff who's already working hard to put the event together to begin with. So Again, I will not be supporting this motion. I think this whole thing is, as the mayor said, it's nothing more than self-serving. And as I said before, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's been working just fine. Thank you.
City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Oh, so- I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I wanted to
I'm
try
tired.
to.
It's what
yeah.
time is it now?
I wanted to try, I know, I wanted to try to integrate Member Chahal's recommendation into how the language is drafted, already, maybe with a little more formality so staff understands. So and this is with respect to external events, right? So the first paragraph remains, right, but maybe with some modification. The outside entity agency determines the planning of the event and may determine who represents or speaks from the city of Santa Clara, right? We kind of all understand and agree to that. The second item, B, if not specified, currently the language says the invitation shall be referred to the mayor, but, oh shoot, to implement what you're saying, I might suggest to fit in with the structure, if not specified, staff will offer to the outside group that all interested and available city council members be given an opportunity to speak, right? So then it would go on, if the entity declines, right? Because they may, right? They may not want that. The invitation shall be referred, and then it will go on to the mayor and go with the remaining structure. So there's still the default process, but we've now interjected the concept of offering everybody to speak. So that was my thought of how to implement, that, so that we're clear on what we're drafting.
Most of the invitations come directly to me and only invite me, so.
Yep, and if that happens, then that's what they've
Yeah,
decided.
that's the majority of them that come.
Yeah, that would be what they decided. That would be consistent with this policy.
And to further solve that, staff does not have to ask them who to speak, who not to speak. If the invitation to mayor and council, why staff need to waste that time? Who they're asking them to, who will speak, who will not speak?
Yeah,
everybody go there. That's how we go there right now. We go to the events when mayor and council are invited, multiple council members are invited. They decide at that stage.
That's right.
Yeah.
If
we don't want the staff to waste their time. Oh, who will speak over there?
No, we're not intending to coordinate how you speak or how you arrive. That will be up to you and the event organizer. This just plugs in that into the middle of the tier of what the priority would be. So they either, are you okay with this? Okay, yeah, so again, for external events, the external event agency can determine who they want to speak. If they don't specify, if it goes to the mayor and they say, Mayor, we'd like you to come speak, then the mayor goes speak. If they say, if they don't specify, hey, we want someone to speak, at our event, we'd say, we'd like to offer to you that all interested and available council members will speak at the event, right? That's what I'm understanding. Some of you are making the motion desire. And then if they decline, it would go to it would now be specifically referred to the mayor. If she's not available, the vice mayor, and so on, as this is currently drafted. Is that what your amendment is getting at and what you're getting at? I'm just trying to translate it into something.
I'm trying to keep it simple for the staff. If the invitation is for mayor and all the council members, staff can forward that to mayor and council members, let them accept it, deny it, and let them decide. If I accept it or two council members accept it, we go there. If they want us to speak, well and good. If they don't want us to, well and good. Why I'm not trying. I'm trying staff not to indulge into who will speak, who will not speak. If they clarify in their initial email, only the mayor is invited, let the mayor go there.
And what I just described would work that way.
If everybody is invited, let everybody acknowledge RSVP and let them decide who will speak or who will not speak over it.
So when an invitation comes into mayor and council, a lot of times we're all invited to things. So the staff would say, would you like one speaker or 7 speakers? Is that what they're supposed to do?
I am saying don't even ask for that question.
Oh, I thought that's what they were supposed to do.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that don't even ask that question. Let everybody go. Let the external people decide who will speak.
Okay.
So that happens now, right? If we receive an invitation for external event that does not specify, we let everyone know. Any council member that would like to go goes. And if you would like to speak, you reach out to that external party. That happens now.
Yes.
What I understood, and I'm happy to be wrong, what was discussed is staff needing to inform the external party that all council members would like to speak. And if that's not the case, totally fine, then what you're saying aligns to our current practice. And I hear nods on that. And I also just want to clarify, we're talking about events that are open to the public. We're not talking about very small events, because sometimes we get a request for someone to speak at a birthday party for someone turning 100. We're not talking about stuff like that. We're talking about events that are open to the public, where council members want the opportunity to speak.
Are you done, Raj?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
That was my change.
Can I try again for a vote? Okay, please register your vote.
I vote yes.
5-2. Okay, members of special committees, city council members, does anybody have something to report? Hopefully not, because it's very late. City manager? Oh, Councilmember Hardy was up for this?
Yes. Very quickly, Bosca is looking for a new CEO. The CEO is going to be retiring in December, and they will very quickly have that. They have it down to a very small group. But the reason this impacts us is Santa Clara would really like to be a full member of Bosca, and at this point, we are wholesale customers.
Thank you. City manager, executive director report?
No report.
I don't think we have any adjournments this evening, so may I please have a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
Motion second to adjourn? Please register your vote.
I vote yes.
And this meeting, that passes 7-0. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Everybody drive safely home.